So we're on our way in a snowstorm to go try to find someone that's lost in the woods. You'll say a prayer.
Footsteps walking when I do, I hear the sound, but see nothing as I look around. I see many eyes shining, following everywhere I go. Every time I look in the dark, they're looking at me. A foul smell in the air as people walk around without a care. Shadows in the corner of my eye, but when I turn to look, there is nothing there. A blur passes by, but what do I see? Only that who calls my name from the forest, the same as my father do. My hair stands up on the back of my neck, I feel sick and dizzy now, disoriented, spinning around. A large wolf on 2 feet follows me, lurking and smirking from tree to tree, whistling for me to look as the clawed hand waves. My body tries to tremble, but I'm staying brave. Something sways back and forth, I look away. I remember my mother always told me that when I hear and see this in the woods or around town, I am to sound the alarm, but let others know predator Bigfoots are hunting, and I should go and let her know. My father knows what to do as he calls to other men too. Mothers find their children and let them know to stay close. Stay in the house and pull the shades down. Hold your breath and don't make a sound. On from the teaser before the predator Bigfoots are back and hungry for more. Man and woman form lines to clear the land. The brushes beat as townspeople walk from the street to the wood line, moving slow into the woods now, making no sound as a gifting tree is found. Food and children's items with sales and flowers too. Why would someone do this to our town? Putting us all in danger. The shoes of a stranger are seen. Someone has been feeding predator Bigfoots near our family's home. Trees bowed and pulled down, sharpened spikes placed in the ground as the forest goes quiet. Not a bird, cricket or frog, the trees are still, the forest has a chill. Weapons now ready as all know, the sign that predator Bigfoots are around. Now it's a trap as he slaps on a tree. A whoop over there and a breath next to me. Now whoops everywhere behind every tree. A raven's call, but that's not all. Coyote sounds, how his broken branches are heard. The babies cry, I hear a hoot, and an owl flies by a call for help. Then the sound of a scream, like a dream will come to the reality of now. Predator Bigfoots all around, they didn't make a sound till now. We all know, put the sight at his head to slow their charge. People run from fear as others stand clear, calm in their aim as the ground is now stained. The forest now quiet as only few walk away. Now we look who gifted the predators our town.
Psalm 120, verse 2. Save me, Lord, from lying lips and from deceitful tongues, and we'll pray. Father, we thank you for this platform. We thank you for this week, the things that you helped us to do this week, and the ways that you allowed us to help you. Father, the verse is very important to us, and we know it's important to you too. And please give those with eyes to see and ears to hear the ability to do so, Father. Keep your protection over this platform, over this channel, over all of our trackers and our viewers. Lord, we want the right information to get out there. Half-truths are still a lie. We love you, Lord. Thank you for everything. In Jesus' name, the name of your Son, Yeshua. Amen.
Amen. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Watching Wednesday. We got some things we got to cover today. It's good to be back. Good to see everybody again. Let me do something real fast.
Okay.
Okay, I can do that too.
We got to send out one message to somebody that we can't do it until we're in here. And then that'll allow them to get in the stream. And give us just 1 second.
Okay, got that sent out. Today is Watching Wednesday. Let me get back to where we're supposed to be. We have 4 Facebook group pages you can join and get more information. Oklahoma Bigfoot Predator Watch, Antlers and Surrounding Areas, Choctaw Missing and Murdered Woman and Son Citron Database, that's WOMBMAN. The Predator Bigfoot and Spiritual Warriors Path and Lead Tracker Ease Facebook group page. Just go there and you'll see that we share information that a lot of people need to know, and some people don't have that information. But you'll enjoy those pages, I'm sure. Okay. Also, Lead Tracker E's YouTube page, Bigfoot Predators and Spiritual Warfare.
It's at 932 now. Thank you very much. Almost to 1,000.
It's at 932, and if you know anybody who hasn't subscribed, or if you haven't subscribed, subscribe and get that over 1,000, and we can do some other things with that. It's kind of a, what do you call it, catch-22s, where you want to get over 1,000 so you can monetize and do things like that, but if you're under 1,000, you can still put out certain kind of videos that they may flag, more truthful videos. So also this channel, it's Sasquatch Choctaw Tracking. That's at 1,120, I believe.
No, more than that.
Oh,
you said 1,000.
I'm at 2,120, I believe.
That sounds right.
Okay. So that one's growing slowly and consistently. So that's a good thing. There's a lot of channels that's got a lot of viewers and things like that, but we want quality over quantity. We want the best here. People who want to learn and people who want to share the information. Also, our one of our books, one of the best Bigfoot books out there, The Predator Bigfoot and the Spiritual Warrior's Path. We're going to be talking about a person who needs this book tonight, but would not recommend this book because it has more information than he could ever find and dig up. And he's been talking to people,
or would be willing to share.
And all the people he's been talking to, if they haven't had this book, then they don't know the correct information to give him from what he's been researching. It's also in the Spanish version, Pa Grande el DEPREDADOR y el SENDERO del GUERRERO y ESPIRITUAL. You can find that on Amazon. Our other book is Bigfoot Gifters. If you know anybody who's Bigfoot gifting or who has told you to do those things, or if you've heard any other channels telling you to do things like that from anybody, they need to get this book. They need to read it. Also in the Spanish version, it's Las Ofrendas de Pa Grande. And the artwork alone, that's the next book. But the offering to the Bigfoot, or the Bigfoot Gifters. Very important book. It's a chapter of the book that we're still working on. We just haven't had time to really get to that. But that book right there, if anybody's telling you to gift or hear any of the channels doing that, or you see any other channels doing that, get them the book or mention that in their stream if they take advice, if they want to find out what it's about. The information is there.
In fact, some of the people that he recommends do that. Recommend they push the gifting and the communication.
So you know that he doesn't have the correct information on what we're going to be sharing tonight. Also, the newest book that we put out, Monster Spotters by Lee Tracker E and Jerry Williams. Illustration, artwork. Let me see. I'm looking for a word here. I guess they're written and illustrated. Okay, so, but the artwork, this is a artwork of her artwork that's in the book. Actually, this is all hand-drawn, handmade. She's a great artist. And it's a book that if you just can't really explain things to people, just hand them this book, because the artwork, the illustrations, it shows you what you're going to be looking at when you're out in the field. And we've had many people tell us that, they don't have any signs of Bigfoot. They don't think Bigfoot's around their area. And then we just look at what's around and well, you got structure there, you got a bowl there, you got a pool down there, you got this, and it happens everywhere. It's not.
Once we show them, they understand.
Yeah. And then you got missing pets, and you got missing wildlife, and then you've got scared pets, scared animals,
scared people.
Scared people in the area. You've got cows. If you listen at night, they're screaming out there. Horses went in trying to run. Animals acting up, things like that, and we've seen it for ourselves. So, also our webpage, Predator Bigfoot and Spiritual Warrior's Path. Just type in predatorbigfoot.com. This will take you right to the webpage where you can find the books, a playlist, things that you need to know, especially a couple of the playlists. What the Indians Say. It's a 3-part series. You're going to hear what the Indians say. And there's Indians out there that don't have a clue, who are talking, speaking, trying to, and you're going to hear things that they say that everyone else is saying. They get the same information, and just because it's coming from an Indian doesn't mean that they know what they're talking about. But if you read our book, you'll see that they don't know what they're talking about. Or if you pay attention to this channel and watch some of the older streams, you'll see we're consistent. And everything, we were just talking about this today, that there was a Special Forces leader. He has his own group, own tracking group, search and rescue. He's ex-military now. But he was listening to us driving home one time, and he had another one of his buddies with him who searches also. And we're talking about the 50-yard no disturbance line. And so they seen the park. We see the parks, houses, whatever. So he tells his buddy, let's pull over and test this. There's a park right there, and they're passing it. They pull over, park. Nothing looks suspicious. They go in 50 yards, and they start seeing exactly what we're talking about. The blinds, the bowls, the Bigfoot bridges, you know, all the things that we talk about. Then that's when, after that, he got a hold of us. So we need to get your DVD so we can see what else you have. And we've also had ex-military tell us that the book that we have putting out has more information than what they have in the military.
Search and rescue.
Search and rescues just as well. We've had Army Rangers, Marine Special Forces, all looking for the information. I was trying to get this book because of a lot of things that they do. Also, they want to be safer out there. They want to know what else is out there and what to look for that they just don't know. So if you have this book, you understand how much information it has, how much it will help you just by knowing certain things. Thunder and Lightning, West Side Killers, translucent viewing, things like that. If you have this book and you know what we're talking about, or if you take our tracking course, if you take your tracking course, then you know more than what's in the book, because we teach other things as well there. So this is also our Watching Wednesday, our fair use. This is a constructive criticism or commenting, reporting, and teaching. It's not research. It's we're not researchers, but we also have had researchers of 50 plus years, not 5 years like this guy or 3 years like this guy, but people of 50 plus years and 25 plus years have told us this book has more information than they've ever had before in their life. So, you know, when we hear these new guys coming out and things like that, and the thing is, if you want to question us or ask us questions about the Bigfoot and the predator, the origins, the DNA, and things like that, we have those answers. They're also in the book. Also, we share that freely on the page here. But that's where the answers are. If you're going to other channels and they're saying go gift, go feed, go play house with these things, they don't know what you're talking about. So,
or at the conferences, you're going to come away with more questions than answers every time.
If they can't answer your questions, if they can't give you a direct answer, they don't know what you're talking about. And if they say, well, my opinion is, or I heard, or maybe, or I think, things like that, don't listen to them. Or especially someone will actually say, I don't know. You know, but they'll tell you, you know, some are good, some are bad, and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And then they'll go, well, but I don't know. Or they'll say, well, that's just my opinion. But they've already put that information that your mind is not deciphering. And kids don't know the difference between someone saying, I think, or maybe this, or it could be this. They don't understand that that person doesn't know what you're talking about. They're guessing.
Or if they're giving a long spiel of what they think, and then at the end they say, but I don't know, what do you think? Well, everybody doesn't stay to listen to get all the way to the end of that. But I don't know, what do you think? And so now, but they've already taken that other information and run with it. Now they're out there gifting, telling people they don't need to be wary of these things, just spreading misinformation. And some people are intentionally spreading disinformation, which is the part truth. but not the whole truth that they know is out there.
And there are Indian groups out there. They're not trackers. That's not what they do. They
Report takers.
go out on the weekends. They hear people call them, trying to give them information, and they may go visit them. They may go look around those areas, but they don't know what they're looking for. We've seen so many times in their videos, they're missing so much.
They're all stuck back here. This book is the wall. They're all stuck here on this side, and they just can't get around it.
Can't get around
to the actual information. It's already all out there. It's just never been compiled like this before, and they've not connected all the dots.
And some of that information is actually not even out there.
Yeah.
But it is in this book. We put information that no one else ever had given to them.
Like this.
Yeah, given to them. And it's a textbook. People call it a manual.
And when I said it out there, what I was referring to on that is like the Aztec sunstone, Egyptian Dendro Zodiac. Nobody's ever looked at those and said, well, there it is right there. It's telling you.
And a lot of people haven't been taught how to read hieroglyphs or to read those ancient symbols, ancient tablets and things like that. But we know how to read those, and in our tracking course we teach how to read those, so that when you see certain things, you know exactly what it's saying. And like we're saying, nothing has been compiled. And if these researchers, I don't know why they wouldn't like us, because we're just trying to help.
Right.
But it's like they're saying there's no experts or no such thing. And we used to hear that all the time. No such thing as a Bigfoot expert and things like that. But we're going, we know the origin. We know the DNA. We know where it comes from. We know what it is. We know what it's doing here.
Ask us a question that matters.
Ask us a question that nobody else has been answered, could answer for you.
Done that, yeah.
But sometimes it's one person asking a question that we've already answered 100 times.
Yeah.
And they just come on to the things, and why don't you answer the question? Like, go watch our streams. The answers are in there. We done watched it 100 times, and that's just the ones who get mouthy.
Yeah, they come with disrespect. I just had to ban somebody from the other channel. Yesterday, I blocked her after several disrespectful comments. No need for it.
No, and all they got to do is watch the channel, go back. There's probably 1,000 streams that we've done and videos and things that you can go back. You just start watching them. People used to binge just to catch up. Get that information. Your answer is in there.
And if they're already starting out with not one body, not one bone, not one bit of DNA, you already know they hadn't even done the most basic of
and they're
paying attention, or
way
we're
back
not
there.
Starting back there. You go do your homework first, and then come here with some real questions.
Yeah, the information is in the past streams. And so don't expect us to coddle and go back to try to because they talk about the DNA and all that. We're like, well, just go to the stream that says DNA, how we break it down, what will we show you? It's just something to have people say there's no one who knows what's going on. And we've actually tried to get panels of people. You say we don't know what we're talking about. You say we don't know what we're talking about. You say we don't know. You say we don't know. All of y'all get together, come at us. Let's set up a time. You can sit here, and we're going to sit here. We'll do it on a live stream.
These are popular people with larger channels.
And say, what you give us a question, we'll answer it, and that'll shut you up. Whatever question you have that you don't know, we'll answer it, and that'll shut you up. Let's go down the list with every one of y'all.
A funny live stream not too long ago, watching Wednesday, was he called himself the #1 researcher, or the top researcher.
Yeah, the top researcher of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, he told me I was full of crap on when I tried to explain to someone in their post and video, I tried to say that when they were questioning what was going on, I told them these things are predators. This guy came in and told me I was full of crap, and I answered to him. We invited him on, and he came on, and he was going to teach us all something, but he ended up learning from us and then getting too tired to, once it got uncomfortable,
Get uncomfortable.
the knowledge. Yeah. He was like, we're going to have to come back for a part 2. Never heard from him again.
No.
But that was him going to prove us all wrong. He was unable to do so. He said there'd be no photos. Nobody can get any photos. And Jerry's like, here's one.
Here's one.
Here's one.
Here's one.
Here's one. Here's one.
And he said, nobody can get video. I said, well, hold on. Here's one. This one's a Bigfoot in a tree. And he's like, then he goes, whose video is that? I said, it's our video.
I guess you would say we're fringe. Fringe. Bigfoot people are fringe to begin with, and we're the fringe of the fringe.
We're fringy. That's a word.
So, but anyway, welcome.
All right, again, we're going to do the fair use, put it back up there. And also, this is the Watching Wednesday. Every Wednesday, we get together, critique work, or, and like we say, if people are doing things right, we say you're doing things right. Good job out there. You're getting right information. You're giving the right information. You're teaching people right. Great job. But I don't know if we've ever had anybody that we said that to.
That you're doing a great job.
That you're giving the right information, that you know what you're doing. And if there is,
there's some that we appreciate, but there's things we want to teach them. We'll remember.
I have a great memory too, and I'm going. That's one of my qualities is I have a great memory.
You remember things.
You remember things, but I don't remember anybody ever saying this guy knows what he's talking about. This guy's doing everything right. This guy's.
No, definitely can say this one had experiences, and
But I do know that there are people that we haven't interviewed or done a Watching Wednesday over some of their work, who I have seen out there who are doing things right, but they're still missing a few things. But these people are willing to learn.
Yeah.
So those we don't have a problem with. I mean, we talk to them most of the time. We talk them through messages or phone calls, and they'll ask us questions. We'll say, well, this is it. This is it. If you want to look at what some of your work, that's no problem. Your videos, that's no problem.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Especially
appreciate that willingness to learn.
Yeah. And if you're good people, that's no
Definitely.
problem.
That's huge.
But if they come with attitude already and thinking that they can't stump us, we have more information than, I would say the majority of the entire Bigfoot community.
Oh, definitely.
But there are people who do know what we know, but they don't share that information with you. It's supposed to be taboo or secret.
Most are still stuck back there at the same tracks and the same patty found.
Yeah, and if they bring that up, you're like, you're way back there. But like we said, there are people who do know, but the majority of the people are not allowed to know the truth. So
just like any other thing that's important to people, the welfare of people.
Yeah. To keep people safe.
There's cover-ups everywhere.
Yeah.
And this field is no different.
So let's get to seeing who's all here, and we're going to go ahead and start. And it's great being back. We've been very, very busy, and we've got some other things coming up too. It's going to keep us real busy. We just got back from another place that we had to go and be with some friends and things like that. So, and we got to see other friends. So it was a great time that we got to spend with
that needed to be done.
Okay, I'm gonna take a drink and my throat's dry. But
okay. Tracker Lorna, first in the room, of course, says hi, Lead Tracker E and Jerry Williams. Then War Chief says Halito, Osio, and Ola, and he types us out every single time. Jerry, Lead Horse Choctaw Williams, Lead Tracker E, Ella Williams, Warrior Trackers, Shadow and Thunder Trackers, and friends.
All right, you got everybody.
Hey, War Chief. Tracker Lorna says hi to War Chief Tracker C. War Chief says Halito Tracker Lorna, or better known as Mrs. Snow, because she's been shoveling snow for weeks. Tracker Lorna says too funny. Fern is here. Glad to see you, Fern.
Good to see you.
Tracker Lorna, first again. Hi, Lorna, War Chief, Lead Tracker E, and Jerry Williams. And Fern, we appreciate how you must be the fastest typer. She types out transcripts of our different live streams and things, and just nobody asked her to do it. She just saw a need and started doing it. We really appreciate that.
That helps a lot of people.
It really does. And we love seeing all your recent photos. Fern says Tracker Lorna first. Oh, we did that one.
And Fern is also known as
Fern of the Forest.
Fern of the Forest. She has got some amazing work.
And
photos, videos.
And knows what she's looking at. And she's also in What the Indians Say.
And she's
Where
also
the Indians Talk Bigfoot.
An official tracker. She has graduated.
Yeah. And Tracker Lorna is saying hi to Fern. War Chief saying hello to Fern. Don't worry about that one.
Hey.
Tracker B says, hey, everyone.
Tracker
Good evening.
B.
Bernice is Tracker B. Where are we at?
Psalms 120
verse 2
is the verse for tonight. War Chief saying hello to Bernice Dubois 3227.
And then that verse is again, save me, Lord, from lying lips and from deceitful tongues. War Chief, thank you so much.
Oh wow, thank you, War Chief.
We're very grateful. Bigfoot, that's me. Bigfoot Predator, that's
welcome everybody.
Lead Tracker E. Tracker Lorna. Thank you, Tracker Lorna.
Wow, thank y'all. Oh,
very, very grateful.
Here you are thanking both of them, War Chief.
Yeah.
And Tracker Lorna.
And War Chief's giving a thumbs up, prayers, and a strong arm. Don't need to show that one. There's Deborah Mueller. How you doing?
Deborah
Good
Mueller.
evening to you.
All right. She got here just in time for the prayer.
War Chief says amen. Deborah says amen. War Chief says hello to Deborah. Blind Holly
and Jazzy.
Here, Holly and Jazzy.
All right.
Also, trackers say hello, everybody.
And Lorna saying hello to Holly and Jazzy.
And Jazzy says, sorry that we're a little late. We got you on the TV. Mom says she loves the beginning soundtrack music. We do too. Thank you.
Oh, good.
She says, I'm listening, doing my homework at the table, so I won't be able to chat very often. Okay.
Homework.
Back at it. Back at school.
Uh-oh.
Kay made it.
There's Kay.
Tracker Kay. And
hello from East Texas. What you saying hello to Holly and Jazzy. Tracker Lorna saying hello to Kay. War Chief was saying hello to Kay.
Kay says love and hugs, Lorna and War Chief. War Chief says right back at you, Kay. Bernice says hi, War Chief and Lorna. War Chief is waving. JR is in the room.
JR
says good evening. Just got in.
All
Tracker
right. Take a load off.
Giving blessings, hugs, and love to all. Tracker Lorna saying amen. War Chief saying hello to JR. Kay says blessings, Bernice.
Tracker Lorna saying hello to JR.
Yeah.
Kay saying hello to Bernice. Blessings.
And Kay says hugs, Mama Bear. JR says instead of dem bones, that speaker was about dem ligaments. Tracker Lorna says, hi, Deborah Mueller.
Hi, Deborah Mueller.
I think we're all caught up.
All right. So
don't forget to hit like and sub and all those things.
So again, tonight it's now a lot of people know this guy, and I don't know for sure. Go ahead and say that already, because
allegedly. Is that what you mean?
He has been on to the platform and just exploded. A lot of times when people do that, they
Have some backing.
have some financial backing to do that. Of course, we don't. So, but now our channel has the information. The other channel doesn't. But the books are on Amazon. The videos are free. They're on, all these live streams are free. All the information is right there. We went over and over trying to help people understand what's going on. The information in the book we went over on different streams, even if it's talking about one chapter, 2 chapters, or 3 chapters at a time. And we're going to be going over a couple. We're not going to read all the chapters because of the time tonight, but we're going to tell you where to find this information that's in the book that they don't know and that they're still searching for.
You'll
Information
notice,
right there.
how many of the things he says end in a question mark. The voice goes up.
And doesn't give you the information. So a half truth is still a lie. It's still covering what the truth is.
You'll see some things.
Yeah, we're gonna have to turn this one around because we was gonna use the phone, but didn't work out. So we're gonna have to turn this one around and work with this one as well. So not
Shall I
sure
move
how
that
we're going.
back further.
Well, I may just, yeah, man. You have to give us a second, and we're gonna see what we can do.
This was a last minute technical thing.
Yeah, our phone was not acting correctly, so maybe. But all right, let me turn this around, and we'll see where we're at.
Are we gonna worry about the BS bill tonight?
No.
No.
I think this will work. Well, we can probably hit the lights.
We need to get a cowbell.
For our BS bell, we need a cowbell. And I can see us
We
getting
need
that
to
one
get a
day.
cowbell. Wrong one.
Okay, so I have a remote in my hand, of course.
But we may do a little bit of ding ding, old school with a cast iron pot.
You plugged it, unplugged it?
Turn that on.
Okay. Okay.
So if you hear this,
Can you put it up here? Or just
well,
put it there?
I can, but it doesn't
Okay, I see what
ring
you're
too
saying.
loud.
I see what you're saying.
This is what it would sound like. Close enough.
Well, give it a little.
We just scream BS. Okay.
That's probably better.
All the ones with the earphones are probably going, it's okay.
That's good. Quit it. All right, let's see what we got here. Holly and Jazzy says, "Hey, we're Chief, Kay, Lorna, Bernice, Fern, and JR." She also says, "Mom can ring the bell really lightly over here." Where she said, "Ring that bell, ring that bell." And Jazzy says, "Now if she gets carried away with the bell, she might wake up Nico." All right, so everybody kind of knows this guy. But of course, he's not an expert. He'll tell you, "I just got on the bandwagon and I'm trying to go through everybody else's research," because he doesn't have research.
Yeah, so surprised about so many things, and even the missing 411 books, which when I first tried learning, I read those. But he just dances around the subject without ever coming straight out and saying anything, and makes me bonkers.
Yeah. So
And you'll see it.
let's take a look at what he's doing, what he's saying.
20-year police officer or detective approached by some people trying to find the facts out about the topic. They said they didn't care where I ended up as long as I followed the facts. as I think a majority of people do when they first enter that Bigfoot world, I went toward the academic side. I listened to the biologist who had written things about Bigfoot. I listened to Dr. Meldrum. And I always thought at the beginning there that, well, those people are the academics. They really should know the nuts and bolts about the topic.
Why would
Everybody knows they don't know that much. Meldrum was a foot cast expert. He got famous on foot cast or something.
Mm-hmm.
But he had no more information than that. He so how can you go to someone who can show you a cast, which we got so many casts. I mean, we quit casting. It's a waste of time now. Just to show you the it's not the carpal tunnel. It's
mid-tarsal?
Mid-tarsal. It's, you know, he's going to people that the internet is saying is credible. You know, if he was talking with us, we'd be like, you know, Jeff is.
There's so much more than that.
Yeah, he's touching on the subject. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Doesn't matter if they're just a nice guy.
Yeah, if they're a nice guy, they're a nice guy. That's great,
That's different.
But don't take them as
gospel
and the credible people you need to be talking to.
There's just more than that. The same thing over and over. I was bored to tears at the conferences.
All saying the same thing. All have the same information. And this guy's, even though he's going to different people, they all have the same information. None of them is going to give him information that is going to just blow his mind. It's going to be all the same information. The same people have. They're going to make everything exactly the same. Like this Bigfoot community. None of them has more information unless they've read our book or watched this channel. But we don't get those, the exposure. We get shadow banned. We get, you know, our channel's not shown a lot. Doesn't hit the algorithm. But these people do. And these people don't have the answers.
As I was at the Hoopa Reservation in Northern California for 2 years, 50% of my life.
I was just going to mention how he and Meldrum had spent a lot of time together and were on that ship, that cruise together for a presentation. And you'll find out. And then Meldrum has since passed away.
Yeah, you're also going to find in this one video here how many people die who has passed away after talking to this guy. You know,
we're not saying he did anything to them personally, but what's up with that? You'll see by the end of this, you're like, wow.
Count how many people he's talked to and how many has passed.
And just what's going on.
This guy says that he spent 2 years on the Hoopa Reservation, which is half of his life.
Yeah, that was a weird way to put it. 50% of his life.
2 years is 50% of his life.
So he's 4?
He's 4 years old.
Dr. Meldrum. And I always thought at the beginning there that, well, those people are the academics. They really should know the nuts and bolts about the topic. As I was at the Hoopa.
That itself is kind of weird, because why would the academics know more than the people actually out there?
You don't go to the academics to find the truth about what's out there. They're in an office, they're in a lab, they're in a classroom. That's like the
academics will tell you that the natives were all, you know, until things started coming out, that they were all the bad guys, and
yep,
the academics wrote all the history books.
Yeah, they're the ones.
The false history books.
Everybody knows all that's a lie.
The academics can't even agree on things like butter.
The academics, yeah, they all argue.
Vaccines.
Yeah, they're the ones giving
The
vaccines.
thinkers, the academics, and the scientists, but that aren't ever actually out in the field.
Yeah.
A reservation in Northern California for 2 years, 50% of my life, I started to get exposure to things that wasn't written about by the academics. And when I went reservation to reservation with time, the stories were consistent, but they never showed up anywhere, including at some of the biggest databases of Bigfoot that we all know.
Kind of like our book, kind of like our channel. Ours, you know, at the conferences, they don't talk about our books. They don't talk about the information that we share. Now, people who watch the channel, they do, and they'll bring it up, and they'll say, well, you know, and they'll change the subject. We had one friend who talked to one of the conference people, I think it was in Kentucky, and said, well, that's not what they're saying. They're saying this thing's a predator. That will eat humans. It will eat pets.
They being us.
Yeah, talking about us. And if these things aren't as cuddly little teddy bears as what you're saying. And that person actually said, well, you know, these things have been known to hurt people and take pets and kill livestock.
But other than that,
Yeah,
they're the friendly forest guardians.
yeah, then yeah, they're just building clubhouses out there.
And I didn't understand that. It's almost like part of the story was being excluded purposely.
Absolutely.
Kind of like us.
what he'll do later.
What he'll do later.
So just keep that little comment in mind.
And what's on his face? So he excludes information also. He'll tell you almost the truth and he'll stop. And you can see that this video has been edited and cut, just the way it stops, how it brings in other people and things like that. That's an edited, and he only wants certain things said, and he stops with telling the truth.
Let's go to Kelly. Kelly's here. Hey, Kelly.
Oh, Kelly's here. All right.
She says break time at work.
And War Chief actually says he's got that dog that helps him. I guess
Pilates does.
polite to use, or polite to us. Polite to us too. Kelly's here. She said break time at work. Tracker Learner saying hello to Kelly.
War Chief saying hello to Kelly. Kelly saying hi, Tracker Lorna. War Chief Tracker C. Hello, Jerry and Ella. Hi, Kay. And she also says your book is truth in all caps and has saved me so many times. Thank you, Kelly. We know you got a lot going on there.
Sure do. But we know you're also safe.
And that you know what to do.
You know what to do and what to look for.
And what not to do. Just as important.
And she's saying hello to everybody. Okay.
As time went on, I started to meet other researchers like myself who started off following the academics, the ape, gorilla, Paranthropus, Gigantopithecus angle, and who all started to migrate away.
So he started 5 years ago, I think he says. And so when he started 5 years ago, there's still people still talking about it being an ape.
Oh, yeah. When I was trying to figure out what was going on at my land, the only group that I could find in that area of Southeast Texas, in that hot spot, was a group that encouraged the feeding. And the only thing of value I got from them was to learn how to cast a track. And he showed me what a twist was. And that's really it.
And he wanted you to gift and feed these things, right?
Oh, definitely taught to gift and feed. And he's for the preservation and the conservation of these predators, of Bigfoot. And also doesn't allow in his group any talk about the woo. He's established those parameters, and I just think that's so stupid.
It is. You don't want the truth. You want what will get people hurt.
And personally, as a person, I thought he was a very nice person. We got along. personable guy. But then later on, I noticed we're not Facebook friends one day, and I texted him behind, because sometimes people think I deleted them, but I didn't. And so I want to give somebody the benefit of the doubt. And I asked him, "Did you, it's cool if you unfriended me on purpose. I just want to make sure there wasn't a Facebook glitch or something like that." He said, "No disrespect, but I want absolutely nothing to do with Jerry Williams." And I can't remember the exact words beyond that, but it was just basically that. And I said, "That sounds like disrespect to me." And,
Yeah.
That's it. Come on.
Said
And
bloop, bloop.
So, yeah. So
That
we
guy's
got
an idiot
blocked.
too. Now this guy right here in the very bottom, that's one of the Indians that don't know anything.
We did a Watching Wednesday on him. And another person that he'll talk about here later is Barb Shute. And she's one that he considers credible in the field and to be someone to look up to. And she's getting
Feeding,
people in
gifting,
danger. She's a gifter.
mind speaking.
Doesn't matter if she's sweet.
Mm-mm.
You can be deceived and still sweet.
That's what demons say too. Don't
True.
be afraid
You can
of
be a liar and be, not saying that she is. I don't know, but I know she's not
Well, I'm just talking about
interpreting things right.
to get your confidence, to get you to feel
Sure.
Okay with them. The demon says, "Don't be afraid of the little me.
Sure.
I'm nice. I'm sweet. I smile. I talk soft.
Any predator
talk
human.
slow." Yeah, that's a trap.
I'm cute. I'm good looking. Whatever.
Yeah. Look at me. Don't listen to what I'm saying.
Or doing.
Eventually, I got to the point where it was overwhelming. And science was starting to support that other side. Quantum physics, quantum entanglement, the work that they had done at Skinwalker Ranch. They had physicists at the ranch. They had explained that they had a portal open and something similar to a Bigfoot came out. All these things supported what others didn't want to talk about.
Said something come out of that portal. There are portals, yeah. And then he said something that kind of looked like a Bigfoot. So it wasn't a Bigfoot. He said something, but he's still going to use that also. So that's still misinformation. Just throwing that in there for you so that you can already think that.
Or if it was a Bigfoot, just come out and say it was a Bigfoot.
Yep.
In the end, I would ask audiences during conferences, how many people started off believing that ape gorilla side and migrated over and started to believe that there's something extra special?
Probably every one of them.
Yeah.
That's the information.
Programmed.
And that's the information given in the books. That's the information given in the YouTube.
By academia.
By the academia, which academia is actually a code word for Blackwater military.
Yeah.
But that's everybody starts off that way. Well, except for us. But everybody starts off with the Patty film, the Falk Monster video, Boggy Creek. Every one of them has that information.
And you weren't even looking for Bigfoot. I wasn't looking for Bigfoot. So I just started with whatever I could find on the subject.
Yeah, I was looking for a 5-foot spider.
Yeah. But once I knew something was going on there at the land, but I didn't start with I can't stand this phrase when people say, well, I want to believe that it's blah, blah, blah. Well, why do you want to believe anything? Just
find the truth.
Know the truth, Don't box it in.
Yeah.
That's silly.
And they all do that. They try to fit it into what they think they know.
I want to believe it's flesh and blood, and it's one over here. I want to believe that it's spiritual. We're saying
everything.
They're all that. We're flesh and blood and spiritual.
Yeah. And everyone tries to fit it into a box.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to fit. And the ones who think that it's an ape or something like that doesn't know the DNA. They don't know the origin of this thing. It's in our book. If anybody gets that book and reads it, you'll understand the origins, what it comes from.
On Amazon.
It's on Amazon. So this, hey, that book's right over his face.
He's holding it.
He's
Look,
holding the
reaching
book.
for it.
Finally. He's finally reaching for the book. Finally reaching for information. Finally reaching for knowledge. About time. Or maybe he's saying, this is the book. This is the book that
You want this book.
I want to hide from everybody. Or hey, maybe even better this one. Bigfoot Gifters.
Barb Shoop needs to be holding that one.
Yeah. But not one person that he's talking to has the information, has the answers. They're all guessing. They're all giving their opinions. They're all trying to come to a conclusion without knowing everything, without knowing, without knowing anything.
Or trying to set parameters.
Trying to come to a conclusion.
Yeah.
Trying to form an opinion.
JR says, hallelujah, reaching for the book.
Finally reaching for the information.
That apes and gorillas can't do that's happening over here. 60, 70% of the audience raise their hand. I would then ask them, how many people started over here believing that Bigfoot had this special abilities and now believe it's just an ape or a gorilla? In the 4 or 5 conferences that I've asked that, nobody's ever raised their hand to that. I don't believe our government will ever acknowledge anything that they can't control. So let's think about that for a second. What would that mean? UFOs. They don't want to disclose. They don't want to acknowledge. Orbs. Bigfoot. Cryptids. They don't want to acknowledge any of those things. Now, there's a lot of people that would say that that entire topic that I just covered could be placed in one bucket.
I didn't hear that part. I was trying to see where that light was coming from.
He said he didn't think the government ever wants to acknowledge the UFOs, the cryptids, the Bigfoots.
No, these things are assets.
If they can't control them.
These things help clear land, scare people off property. They've been seen with collars on.
Tracking devices.
Devices. So they do know.
Put one down, they'll show up.
Yeah, you put one down, they will show up. That's why when we know that people have put things down, they don't call them.
But it is true that they don't want to expose it.
Yep, it is true.
And they may be all interrelated. Remember on Skinwalker Ranch, when Mr. Bigelow owned it, near the end of the time there, our government paid him tens of millions of dollars to send a team there to research. Now, our government wouldn't do that if they had all the answers.
They would if they wanted to kill somebody.
If they wanted to control the narrative.
And all the information, and they would want the names, who was there, what kind of research you did. And that goes back to them.
What evidence do you have?
And whoever knows the most seemingly
gets ill
and passes. Just like
or disappears.
99% of the people this guy talks to. If you look in his history, when he goes looking for information to the people who have the information or some of it, and he'll even say it in here too.
So that's
I personally think that
go ahead.
They really don't have many answers, and they're struggling just like we are to understand.
That's a lie. Where's
we forgot our bell.
Where's my stick?
We should have been ringing this. Okay. Ooh, that one hurt my ear too.
That one does. Sorry. I'll do it later next time.
But yeah, they have a lot of information. They have bodies. They have dissected. They got giants in underground tunnels and caves.
So that's just a load of bull.
And he's also saying things like this to confuse the public.
And he's got the backing to, here, we're going to fund this for you. You go out and get us the information. But there's always more to that conversation.
There is.
Yeah.
You report to us. You give us that information. You keep quiet, and you only put out what we tell you to put out.
You figure, you let us know what others know.
So this is misinformation that he's given his opinion. And this, I don't know if you see this on his, that's the screen that we had to turn around. We're not using our phone tonight, so we had to use this computer. So,
And in some ways, the scientists at Skinwalker who were watching live science evolve in front of us, and a lot of people aren't used to that. It's hard to accept that that is really happening. But knowing what they did under Mr. Bigelow, knowing what they're doing now under Travis Taylor, you can't ignore it. Do I think that there's some pressures from religious institutes to keep this quiet?
yes.
Absolutely.
And that's what we said. There's people who know about these things. You know, the Vatican is not going to tell you everything. The Queen of England is not going to tell you everything. The president is not going to sit down and have conversations with you. So unless you're part of the royal families, you're not getting information. You don't know about the underground bunkers. You don't know about the underground railways.
Even the president has so many levels of security above him that he doesn't get all the information.
And also that he's a part of the royal family. He's still a cousin to all the other presidents. And the next president is not elected, they're selected. So it's going to be another cousin. Just look in their bloodlines. Whoever's a cousin in the president line will be the next one, because they may try to end everything.
And there's controlled opposition and disinformation.
There's War Chief saying,
"Watch, lead horse, Ella's got a stick."
Yeah.
Hey, Scott. Scott's in the room.
Scott is here. All right. Scott's life off grid. Oh, we can't wait to tell you.
Catch up with you.
In one of my earlier books, I wrote about a segment there that an explorer for the Mormons was coming across the prairie. The story was in a Mormon newsletter out of Salt Lake City. As the explorer is coming across, a creature identified exactly like Bigfoot walks up to him and mind speaks to the explorer and talks to him while he's on his horse, 8-9 feet tall.
I don't believe this one. He said 8-9 foot tall, hairy beast walking straight at you. Your horse is going to take off.
Mm-hmm.
There's not been one horse that would let a Bigfoot walk up to it unless it's in a corral. And even in a corral, they're trying to get as far away from it as possible, or they're going to break out of that corral.
We've seen horses disemboweled by them. We've seen that horses have been raped by them, strangled, smothered.
Horses that act up around whenever they're there, kicking, bucking, running up and down the fence line. Seen horses gather together, trying to stay together underneath a small light.
We've got videos of horses with the predators in the background and the horses flipping out.
So this story is BS.
When they go home, they carry what's called hitchhikers. But those hitchhikers never bother the researchers themselves. It's always a relative, friend, or spouse.
The researcher themselves is a useful tool.
And what he calls a researcher is someone who is willingly opening themselves up to a demon. So when that demon comes in,
Conduit.
Once that demon comes in and takes hold and gets home place, It has other demons with it. There's other demons with it. And this is with anyone who plays with those boards and things.
Allows mind speak.
Allows mind speak. They allow mind speak, their doors open.
They've given assent. And
when that demon comes in, it's got buddies and they flood in. So whenever these people go back home, they're carrying all these demons back home with them. And these demons see other souls, other bodies that they're going to try to get into. Other prey. And that's what they see them as, prey. There's no new demons. They've been here for quite a while. They know what they're doing.
And it happened to Bigelow. It happened to several other people. There was always somebody else. Demonic? I think the case is still open.
Why do you not know that? Why do you not know that?
He thinks. I don't get why he shakes his head no almost the entire time he's talking. It's just maybe that's just his baseline body language.
The things that most people know, he don't.
Right.
It's like he's been stuck in a bubble somewhere.
Yeah.
He doesn't have any information. He's guessing. He said, I think it's still out in the jury or whatever.
Jury's still out on it?
Jury's still out on that. No, we just told you, and it is demonic. These things, you let them in, they're coming with buddies.
And they're not going to leave easily.
Sure not.
So I've watched all of the Sasquatch movies, Bigfoot movies made.
What?
He's watched all the Sasquatch movies.
His research is watching movies and all the fake movies too, I bet. That's not a research. You go out in the field.
And this will be funny when you listen to what he says later on.
Yeah.
Take note of this. Yeah.
In the last 10 years. And when I was approached about making this, I knew it was an opportunity that I may never have again. And
an offer you can't refuse.
Offer you couldn't refuse.
Offer you can't refuse. Yeah. And who really funded that offer? And what was the parameters that they set for you?
And why did so many people pass after talking with you?
And why do they push you so hard?
Yeah.
Relationships with the researchers to get them involved. And this may be the one time where we could really lay a case out, hit the issues straight on, and take away a lot of the ambiguity that people may have. And those people that are sitting on the fence between Paranthropus gigantopithecus and something else, maybe laying this in front of them, maybe they wouldn't read a book, but they'll watch the movie.
Mm-hmm.
So, and whoever approached them is saying, people kind of trust you. You've got a name now. So we want you to go.
You're useful.
Let's get you to go, because we can't talk to those researchers. They don't know us. They see us coming with our black suits. And
they don't trust us.
They don't trust us. They trust you. We need you to go find these researchers and get close to them.
You seem like a nice guy.
And get us the information and get us close to, give us their information, where they live, what time they go to here. You know, this guy's got a back history of logging everything.
Yeah, yeah.
So he's got details of every researcher he talked to. That's dangerous. Let's see. Scott is saying, how they told Ward Chief.
JR says the Vatican has lots of cone heads in the basement, according to someone I heard on YouTube 10 years ago. Oh, there's so much under there.
There is. And that's what we're saying. Vatican has that information, but the people are not allowed to have that information.
Tracker Lorna says hi to Scott. Scott says hi to Lorna. War Chief says he tries to make people think that he's more knowledgeable than he really is about the subject. Seriously.
He sure does, but
people, yeah, when you read the comments on this video here, they're all like kiss and tail, like, oh, I'm so glad you got You know, if you just watch this thing through without us interrupting from one end to the other, you're not going to know a darn thing more than when you started. You'd be like, wow, that was a whole lot of words for nothing.
And I remember one of the comments said something about, thank you for getting the native perspective.
Yeah.
He doesn't have that. He doesn't get that. If you watch, I don't know why they put that in there.
You want to get the native perspective, go watch our series on what the Indians
or
the
ask
Indians
us.
talk Bigfoot.
Or ask us.
Yeah, right. But that's in there too.
No, they're gonna go find an Indian
That matches
who works in the office, who's never been tracking,
Never seen one.
that's not his profession and has never seen one, doesn't know what to look for. They want that one to
and
go
will
and
follow the script.
the one who will shut up or
Agree with Barb Shoop.
Yeah.
Jennifer of the Sea, that's a new name.
All
Hi,
right.
Jennifer. Jennifer says, I'm glad someone is finally saying something. He's a proven liar.
He is. We've heard some things, but just watching this video, watched it one time, we're saying this guy, he didn't give any information. He doesn't know anything.
Thinking, why are they all excited? He's on there.
Yeah, and it's got 272,000 views. That's ridiculous for someone who doesn't know anything. Tracker Winner says, hi, Jennifer of the Sea, and Warchief is saying hello to Jennifer as well. All right. So let's see what else he doesn't know. And, you know, when you have to go to people, he's going to the Navajo reservation, which Tracker B's here. She has more information than these people who they put in charge to get the information about. And they're not talking to her. They're talking to people who don't know anything and using that and trying to make these people credible when they're not giving you any information. They're not giving you, they're not warning you that these things are there. They're not warning you that there's a lot of missing Navajo people. That these people have been seeing all different kinds of different entities there, all different forms.
War Chief says, or go ask that other supposedly Bigfoot expert, say that Bigfoot doesn't eat meat, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
They only sit out there and absorb
Yeah,
the sun and get suntans.
Yeah, they absorb their food for them massive beasts through the, through the sunshine.
Yeah, and
That's how
then
they
I think he said they don't even drink
the
water.
top Bigfoot expert,
Of
that never came back.
Pennsylvania. So if that's the top one in Pennsylvania, they need some help. They need to read the book.
Jennifer says, hello, everyone. Hello to you. Scott says, oh, I have no respect for him. We don't either. War Chief says, I meant Bigfoot. We know.
There's always been a lot of talk about you investigating unusual things, UFOs, Bigfoot, Skinwalker.
Our director actually assigned us. And so we just looked at each other and we said, wow, I guess we're Navajo X-Files.
So someone told them to go.
When you come to the conclusion and you're excited, hey, well, I guess we're the Navajo X-Files. You're an idiot.
You're just being.
You're being played. You're being used. Because you're stupid.
Well,
they want the stupid ones to collect the information. And if you get the stupid ones to go out there and dress like this guy,
the gullible ones.
Where's he going, on a safari or you're on the Navajo reservation. Why are you dressing like you're going out to the African safari jungles? Yeah. That don't make any sense at all.
It's just some people are useful and they'll use your ego, or if it's money, they'll, what do you need? That's what we're gonna offer to you, for these deals. You've gotta be very careful. Some of these things are traps.
I like that sign too on him too, not an expert. So they're hiring. Their director said, "Hey, we need you to go out and
You take these cases.
research this and come back and give us the information. And this guy dresses like Arnold Schwarzenegger in the movie Predator on the reservation.
In the desert.
And I don't think he dressed like that. I think he just put this on.
Somebody told him to do this.
Dressed up like that. And here,
Hollywood.
let's put this scarf around you. And
You're right. You're right.
yeah.
Costume department.
Costume department. Let's have you look like you know what you're doing.
As I sit here in my camo with my tan jacket.
I know you know what you're doing. But if you look in before,
I
he's
actually live in
yeah.
forest.
Oh, yeah, we live here in top of the mountain in the forest. But if you look at him just a second
Director
ago,
actually assigned us, and so we just looked at each other and we said, "Wow, I guess we're Navajo X-Files." We had over 30 sightings of people that reported Bigfoot.
he didn't have over 30 sightings. People reported over 30 sightings. So these sightings already happened. This picture also doesn't make any sense. This is just a picture for the TV people.
Yeah.
You got an open truck door right there. You've got people in the background. They're not being quiet. This is just a picture for the audience.
Yeah.
If you got a picture in the background, they're not quiet. Your car door is open. Everything right here says this is just a picture.
Set up. Yeah.
This doesn't make any sense. And even if when you're using one of these parabolics, which this one right here is, it does work, but it's a cheap parabolic.
Yeah.
It's not an expensive parabolic. It's not an expensive listening device. This is something you can probably get on Amazon for maybe $20, $30.
They should give him something better if he's going to use it.
Yeah, they should give him the best thermal. Give him also access to Google Earth as far as a satellite to keep 24-hour surveillance over the land.
Yeah.
Looking for things, looking for people walking that had thermal, helicopters. This is we'll give you maybe $2 and pay extra, go out there, but you're only going to have a week to gather all this information. This is not a lifetime. This is not a year-to-year thing they're doing. They're like, you go out there and find what you can and bring us back the information. This is not his livelihood, and I can guarantee you he's not doing this right now. This is for the show. They're taking
I think they're in charge of the cases there.
He's back at the office somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's back at the office somewhere.
Taking reports.
Let's see. Scott's saying these Bigfoots just eat celery. He's saying that pertaining to the other guy who was telling us that he eats sunlight. He doesn't eat.
Not meat eaters.
No meat eaters. And
That's false. That's a ding ding.
Ding ding.
JR says Bigfoot eat tofu, make strong ligaments. War Chief says, Bernice, do you know this man? Because Bernice is also from the reservation and she is Navajo.
Yeah.
And War Chief says he's looking kind of like Rambo.
Yeah, this is.
For the other one, yeah.
He's dressing this way, but the person behind him looks like they're just coming out of a regular
To
t-shirt.
me, it kind of looks like, I'm not sure, maybe his wife or.
Yeah, regular clothes though.
Yeah.
But he's dressed like he's going into Vietnam.
JR says he has a Star Trek stun gun. War Chief says PR format. Yes.
Yeah.
And War Chief says it looks kind of like my $49.95 parabolic dish. It looks kind of like one that someone gave us that did not hold up very well.
Yeah, it didn't hold up too well. Worked for a little bit, but and it doesn't give you a clear listing
Yeah,
thing.
real
It's still
staticky.
staticky. Yeah. And
And
this
to
is
send
what,
them out there, they need to give them better equipment.
yeah, if you want accurate information and good information.
But along the San Juan River up in the Bloomfield to Shiprock area, me and Stan started tracking this creature about a mile or so. It looked exactly like a large version of a human track, measured 21 inches. So unless something's out there bigger than Shaquille O'Neal.
Let me see.
What's the next thing he says?
Well,
So he has never
Along the San
seen
Juan River
anything.
up in the Bloomfield to Shiprock area, me and Stan started tracking this creature about a mile or so. It looked
this did leave decent
Should I fold
footprints.
that paper up?
No. This did leave decent footprints, but he's also missing. This isn't just one footprint. There's two ridge lines. That's a big one walking first, and the second one that's walking in the same footsteps just barely missed that same footstep. And he's gonna find a whole bunch of them like that. But also the cracks in the dirt, the white crust, the fall ends where it has fell back in. This is an older print. So if he's tracking, this is not a he should have just said we were following some older tracks that we found. You're not tracking something
Yeah,
because
good
there's
point.
no fresh tracks. This is not a fresh track. So you're not tracking this thing. You're following older footprints. So this guy trying to make it sound like he knows what he's doing, but he doesn't know what he's doing. He's probably back in the office already.
exactly like a large version of a human track, measured 21 inches. So unless something's out there bigger than Shaquille O'Neal, I wouldn't want to meet it, you know.
He's never seen one.
No. And he's got an earring. Nothing.
War Chief says that the track that I measured was 22.5 inches long. Yeah, it was it was huge.
Here's also a track for you, guy. That track's probably about, I wear a 10 wide, so that's about 24, 25.
Yeah, we didn't have that with us.
And the width as across there is probably about 18, 20 wide, 20 across at the widest.
It was a really wide print.
Yeah. And here's another one. And again, mine's a 10 wide.
And this was over there at the same park where
10, 23,
War Chief
24.
turned around and he was 6 inches below its belly button of this monster. Notice the red eyes.
Yeah. And this
As
track
big as a
comes from
Coke
that.
bottle.
This track comes from that same area.
A lot of missing people in that park.
It's also amazing that this guy's just kind of smiling, joking about it.
I was going to say something about that. Like, why is he making a joke right there? And he's acting like unless something's out there, I wouldn't want to see it. And it's just all like
it's no big deal
showing he knows nothing.
that there's a predator walking around.
Yeah, making a joke.
And he only
With
found
all the
that
missing
one.
people and with all the missing natives that there are.
And he's not even, you do once in a while catch tracks like that, but you have to look on the rock. You have to look on wooded things or pine needles.
And know that they can jump so far and go from 2 feet to 4 feet to fingertips and toes to.
Yeah.
They're not
And
just all going to walk like a human.
And they'll walk and they'll jump to where they can, if they see a rock especially if they know someone's behind or something, they'll walk and jump and to other people, they'll say, oh, that track just disappeared. But also some of these have wings. So all of a sudden that track just disappeared. They never think about these things just taking flight.
A Mothman is just another mutation of these.
And some go underground, and some will jump onto a tree and go tree to tree.
Some will also go underground. Did you say
Go
that?
underground, yeah.
And also some cover up their tracks. They've
Some
been around a
walk backwards,
long
yeah.
time.
Some of those will walk backwards, and these people think that they're still going forward, but that thing just started walking backwards in
And
its
then cut
tracks.
off a different direction.
Yep. And that's also in the military, that's called a button hook. You know, you go back just a little bit and wait for whoever's tracking you because they're following your tracks, but you walk back in your tracks and set up an ambush. These guys just walk right past you, or all of a sudden they say their tracks disappeared. No, it's behind you and walk backwards. So this guy, and this is their
Well, I'm an expert, but this is the one in charge.
credible.
This is their X-Files.
This is their X-Files.
Bigfoot X-File
Credible
co-partner with the
person that they use.
But again, they were assigned to this. This wasn't just like their
this is not
passion
something
to do or their major area of interest. They were told to do this.
They were assigned to do this.
You'll be useful for this.
And they'll say, "You ever been tracking?"
Basically,
He's like,
they're getting reports and they're sending these guys out to go collect the reports.
And when you look at this guy, you're like, hey, he really doesn't look like he's been out in the field too much.
Not at all.
And usually if you're out in the field, you got a little tan. You know, you've been out there,
Especially if you're native.
Especially out in Arizona.
I mean, it's big. We have a 5-foot stride from heel to heel. We get to a point where the tracks disappear. If the thing had taken another step, it would have left a footprint. We come to find out that this is a regular thing up there.
Could have jumped right to that rock and then into the woodland.
Exactly. Yeah, I'll guarantee it. He says, this is their research kind of expert. He said, and come to find out. What do you mean come to find out? You had to talk to somebody about why it disappeared?
This happens out there all the time. Yeah, this is his
Taken
area.
another step.
Okay, everybody sees that rock. All they got to do is jump on that rock. They've lost the track and then jump into that tree line.
Easy.
Or go rock to rock.
Some of them even move the rocks and that's your tunnel under.
Yep, and that could be a tunnel right there. Man, these guys just don't know anything.
And then just disappeared. How far did they how far did they go around to look for more tracks? Did they do a spiral track?
And to jump on that rock and to that rock, those things can make it all the way to that tree line.
I'm even looking at little things like here, it's hard to tell, but some of those fingertip.
Yep.
When they,
knuckles.
If they drop down to all fours and spread out to do the spider crawl, then their fingertips are way farther apart.
Yep. And their feet
knuckles
spread out.
You're right.
Instead
Toes.
of being, in close, now they go out wide.
Fred Flintstone, they used to have him, if he was sneaking somewhere, it was just his toes moving and his fingertips moving, right?
Yep.
Down low, it's like that.
These guys don't even see this. If that was us, I said, look at that rock. All right, look at that rock. Now let's go into that wood line and find the other track.
Mm-hmm.
Got to keep tracking it.
Pick it back up.
And it could jump in any direction. I mean, we're not seeing the left and right. Could be wood line a little closer on the left side. They could just jump on that rock and just jump the other way. They got to go check that rock and check that rock.
Seriously, think about even just a person that does the parkour with the jumping, like 1 foot here and bounce off of that. And then it propels them the other direction. That's a person that can go many feet. These things can jump way farther.
Sure can. And they have the muscle mass to get a good spring.
Yeah.
These guys, they just got picked to do this because they don't know what they're doing.
Would have left a footprint. We come to find out that this is a regular thing up there.
During the making of the movie, did anything catch me off guard? I think the opportunity to sit down with some people that I really had never interacted with for a long term alone. Start off with Jonathan Dover, Navajo Ranger. Jonathan had come to other premieres I had, and we had talked. But when I sat down and started to talk to him and understood that his primary job at some point working for the Rangers was Bigfoot and UFOs. And he said, it's like I was the X-Files for the Navajo.
And they came to him to give him that job.
Mm-hmm.
His primary job isn't a tracker. And they have Navajo trackers. They should have picked those guys.
He's a report taker.
He's a report taker. He just...
And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, he's doing the job he was assigned to do, but why did they give him that job? War Chief says, some will go translucent and leave no tracks. Bernice says, I know that Navajo Ranger. He is the one that came and questioned my brother. There we go.
Ah.
She says, he's a Navajo and he's retired.
And what, I think a lot of people heard that because that interview, when they came to question her brother, was never put out.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, we're going to have to get you on for another talk, Trucker B.
And we'll have to talk about this guy,
yeah,
too.
let's do that. Plus, you had some other things to talk about. Yep. Good. Thank you for that information.
And he comes across as such a credible individual.
She says he wasn't afraid of skinwalkers and spiritual beings. That's the only reason he was chosen. So he doesn't know much about them.
Yeah.
That's me. That was me.
Oh. And so he's saying that he comes across as a credible person. This, if you don't come to a conclusion and say these things are dangerous, they're out here, we need to have more rangers out here. We need to make sure that nobody's walking on this highway. We need to make sure that everyone has food, water, supplies. We need people up in these mountains. We need people who have sheep and cattle. We need to make sure they have more security. We need to make sure that no one is going to these isolated places. We got to watch the water areas. We got to watch the roadways at night. We got to watch any tunnels. We got to find the caves. These things are here.
Absolutely.
That's what an expert would do if they had the resources.
It's really hard not to believe everything he says. And knowing that he had done work at Skinwalker Ranch.
Right there, he looks like he's trying to convince.
The guy's the best.
He's the best.
He's the best.
He's the best. That guy's the best.
That guy's the best. That guy's the best. That's your best.
Oh, we're looking forward to talking to Bernice about whether her brother thinks that guy was the best.
He's the best. That guy's not the best.
Come to find out, he was the best.
He's the best. He's the best. Maybe he's
okay.
Oh my goodness.
But he raises his eyebrows and gives that believe me look. You got to believe me.
Yeah. Where she says, it's just good PR for Dave to say that he's credible.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's credible because Dave.
That's who he wants to use in his movie.
And we've seen some Navajo people in that same area, and they didn't have a job. It didn't look like they were kind of sitting around outside underneath a makeshift shade. And they were saying these things are walking around out here. Our dogs are scared, barking at night. We got to pull them in.
Yeah.
They know where the waterways are. Some of them got hooves.
Yeah.
And Dave is not talking to those people who've actually seen these things.
No, he's going to talk to the
office worker.
Yeah, the one that looks good on camera.
Mm-hmm. He's the best of the West. That's what she says. Best of the West. We could go out here and talk to the same guy and say, how come you didn't know that? How come you didn't know that? How come you didn't know that?
I would love
What's
to talk
his DNA?
to the people.
What's its origin?
Yeah.
Where did it come from? Where's it going? If you're so good, where's it going? Where's this cave? Where did you track it to?
Bernice says Navajos don't mess with spiritual beings, so him and his partner were raised off the res and weren't scared, to a city Indian.
Oh, okay. Makes sense now. Yeah, not a tracker for sure.
When Jonathan was at Skinwalker Ranch, he brought on some drummers. With FLIR, they were watching boulders a distance away, and those drums heated up the boulders in a way that made no rational sense. And I think it was a turning point that they thought, well, maybe that's...
Especially he's saying, I think, and maybe. But also whenever you're have your drums, or even at a teepee ceremony, these things come around.
Mm-hmm.
And if and we've had people say, don't go outside, there's something outside. Everybody stay in for your break, and we'll start back up. But they also told us to get away, move away from the edges of the teepee and come in a little closer to the fire. But these things, those rocks, he's saying the drumming caused the rocks to heat up. But these things are coming in and moving behind the rocks. And that thermal is picking up the heat from behind it. It's not hard to figure out, Dave.
Sound, maybe that rhythm, maybe there's something to all this that they need to look into further.
This guy's just... and War Chief says exactly, and frequency band. And
Tracker B says the guy is lying. I watched all of the episodes and talked to the ranger, shaking my head. Yeah, we're shaking our head too.
yeah, this guy is, he's...
We'll give this for
he's just trying to fool everybody.
He's trying to stick with the agenda that he was given for this movie. Give just enough information to make people think that you're on their side or whatever.
Like he's trying to
but
help
not
you,
too much. And that way they think, well, they're looking into it. Old Dave's looking into it. So if he says blah,
anybody
blah, blah,
believes this guy, they are foolish.
That must be it. Because he's got the best of the best.
I talk about this at conferences as well, that kind of exemplifies the sound part of this that we need to pay attention to. One of my best friends in the movie was Scott Carpenter.
One of his best
Scott
friends
and I had worked together for years.
I thought that was a weird way to put that. One of his best friends in the movie.
One of his best friends. Yeah, not one of the best friends or lifelong friends. One of the best friends in the movie. So he was only a best friend during the movie. Afterwards, he could care less about him. He said, I got the information. Jared says, hey, look over here.
Mm-hmm. And Scott Carpenter has also passed.
Yep. After talking with this guy and spending time with him.
And we started working together way before the DNA project came around. But then we put our minds together and we developed this way to get the hair off of Bigfoot. And we continued to work together through the DNA project. And a lot of people may not know this, but we spent, I think, 8 days with Scott at the Great Smoky Mountain National Park. We left, and 2 weeks later, he passed away.
Huh.
What? After spending time with you, huh?
Spending 8 days with you, huh? We'll leave that there.
Yeah. And there's going to be some more.
And that hit us hard. No one knows this. The last day we were there, everyone loved him. Everyone on my crew. And we're getting ready to pack up, and we agreed to meet in the lobby of the hotel. Scott was coming back to say goodbye. And the way he was, he comes over, brings everybody his latest book, signs it, puts a super nice note in everyone, tells them how grateful he is he's there. Just the kind of guy he was. And I would encourage everyone to read his books, because I have, and I know that he put truth in those. And he was a good, honest Christian soul. One of the first times we got together in Great Smoky Mountain National Park, we're just walking down one of the main trails, and he's got a camera and it's pointed behind us as we're walking along. I go, what are you doing?
This guy, how long was Scott Carpenter doing that? He also wasn't the only one doing it. His knowledge was so basic that he didn't even know about that. Everybody knew Scott Carpenter did that.
Yeah, and this guy's saying, "What are you doing? What are you doing? What's that? Why you?" I thought y'all were good friends before everything. I thought y'all.
Yeah, and you've been reading. Your academics didn't tell you that.
Read his book, talked with him, and now you're going. What are you doing?
What's that all about?
What's that? Why you got a camera facing the back?
Did he cut himself shaving? He's got a little cut on his chin. Huh.
War Chief says,
I need to research that tidbit of info.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy, man, this guy is just, he doesn't know anything. And he's using everybody else's research, but also a lot of people are passing after he talks with them.
And he goes, hey, they're moving behind us. I go, really? He goes, yeah, I just started doing it, and I start picking things up, crossing behind us. I go, huh, that's amazing. Well, we had also talked about.
He also said,
and honestly, why would that be amazing?
I know.
Why wouldn't that be common sense?
Common sense. And we would tell people it's the game red light, green light. When you turn around, they're moving. They're moving closer to you. Take a selfie. Like us, whenever we say, hey, take a picture of me. We're not conceited and saying, I just want a picture of me. And I'll either point over my left, or I'll say, take a picture of over my right shoulder or my left shoulder. We're saying there's something behind us. Take a picture so we can see what it is. Or take a selfie. You know, take a selfie every night. And you'll see Lead Tracker, she's got selfies like that, but it's not of her. It's seeing what's behind.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But you're trying to make it where the predator Bigfoots don't catch on to that you're trying to take a picture of them. You know, they're used to everybody out there taking their photos of themselves now.
Here's one right here of taking a selfie. Boop. This thing was looking around a tree at us while we were walking.
Show the stickball one. This was, and there's actually more than one in there, but the most clear one, that was at the Stickball World Series where the drumming was going on. Remember we talked about how they'll come in when they hear the drumming, but also activity and food and children and trash. And
yeah, and
but the drumming draws them from a further distance.
You can see the nose, the eyes,
yeah, right there at the parking lot.
The teeth.
The work that Scott Nelson did in Ron Moorhead's work about identifying the language.
Okay, let's talk about this. We did a video on our interpretation of the Ron Moorhead audios, and also about the language expert, little leprechaun guy that doesn't understand it. He says a little bit of Navajo, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but okay.
Yeah, let's hear the rest of this part.
Oh, that's amazing. Well, we had also talked about the work that Scott Nelson did in Ron Moorhead's work about identifying the language. And one of those days with Scott, he had been going out there every weekend for years. And we're kind of off this main trail and we're walking along, and we stop on this ridge, and he always has his camera going, he's filming, and we're talking. All of a sudden, down below us, we start hearing this that's very similar to what Ron Moorhead caught. And Scott's looking at me, and I'm looking at him. And it didn't go on for very long. I stopped and we looked at each other and said, I asked him, I said, have you ever heard that here? Never. He goes, I think it's because you're here.
You're special, Dave.
He's so special.
You're special, Dave. That's why.
I go, no.
I've heard it. Me
Because
and my
I've never
sister
had it
heard it.
happen.
We've heard it before.
Later on, we shipped that to Nelson, and Nelson said, that's the first time ever anyone sent me anything that is a match for what I got at Ron Moorhead's camp.
What do you mean by match? Which thing? Which thing? So let us show you this.
So that's the vocal expert who interpreted the Moorhead, what's it called? Sierra Mist?
Sierra. No, that's a drink.
Sierra Sounds. So we're going to play this little clip for you. It's about 3 minutes, 4 minutes. And so Dave was saying, so we sent it to the vocal expert. And this is the one who broke down the Ron Moorhead Sierra Sounds. But let's just play this clip and we'll. The predator Bigfoots are trying to lure these men out of their shelter, out of their threshold into the darkness by mimicking a man abusing and yelling at a woman. The woman is sobbing. All the noise that you're hearing is through a cabin or a home. The sound is, the extra sounds are muffles, or the muffled sound. After the muffled sound, there is the intake of air, and there is the growl, or the low growl. To learn the voices, the Bigfoots sat outside this cabin or this home, listening to these people argue and sob. One mimicking the male and one mimicking the female. When coyotes or the sound of coyotes or Bigfoots in the distance make noise, it is because there are troops close that either need to advance or to pull back. The predator Bigfoots are already in position, waiting for these men to leave their safety and threshold area.
This all began for me in 1971 when I was invited into the camp where these guys have been experiencing these horrific sounds around the camp. It was a nightly thing, and I started going up there. 8 miles in the wilderness, a very imposing area in the Sierra Nevada mountains of California. And nobody up there was looking for Bigfoot. It just really wasn't that way. Because we had repeated visits up there, we started taking cassette tape recorders and recording the sounds.
There's 2 of them across the creek at the big rocks.
I spent a career in the Navy as a cryptolinguist, a translator of Russian, Spanish, and Persian. I played it, and I immediately knew. I could hear it, and I was stunned. There's a language here, and that is not a human being. The articulation of the phonemes are virtually the same as humans. They make the same sounds that we do, with about 6 or 7 extra ones that I've never heard a human make in any language. It would be impossible to fake something like this.
According to Dr. Lieberman in 1968 at Brown University, only humans have the apparatus for language like we have. That separates us from all the other animals in the kingdom of this earth. So that that tells me something, something pretty significant. If they have the vocal mechanism for language, maybe they're got some human component to them.
Predator Bigfoots are not man. The predators communicate through the mind using mind speak or a mental connection through an open threshold in the mind. They also communicate through mimicking and symbols. They return mimicking through a reaction or an action of another. They get their human qualities through ingestion of blood, semen, or the woman's milk, the way DNA is transferred. Predator Bigfoots are not man. So that mimic, that the linguist said that it was a language that was like you heard in the beginning. They were listening through a cabin to a male chastising a woman. And you can hear the sobbing in the mimic. You can hear the abuse from the one Bigfoot.
The fear in the other.
Fear in the other. They're mimicking exactly what they hear. And they don't have the vocals to speak, but they can mimic. So you didn't hear clear words. You just heard this muffled sound as you would hear if you had your ear up to a wall listening to someone argue in the next room. It's the same thing. These things were just mimicking. And then you got this expert vocal linguist saying it's a language, but he couldn't get anyone to agree that it was the any Indian languages or Japanese languages or Irish languages. He couldn't get anybody to agree with that. But he's saying it's a language. No, it's not. It's a mimic. These things can mimic a dog. They'll mimic a horn, a chainsaw, airplane, thunder, lightning strikes. You name it. Birds, dogs.
Machinery. Chainsaws.
And so now they did get some vocals and they sent it in and said, this is amazing. You got the same thing that we have. So that linguist, that expert guy that this guy is trying to use again is an idiot. He doesn't know that it's a mimic, a muffled mimic of people arguing, a man chastising a woman, and it's through a door or a cabin wall that these Bigfoots are listening. And they're making that noise out there, hoping that Moorhead and all of them would come running out trying to help the woman. But they were scared and they built a fort and they stayed inside till daylight, I think. I mean, they secured the area and they stayed in there. So their expert that he's talking about here is not an expert. He's an idiot.
Why is it important to feature Paul Freeman's footage? Paul was a nuts and bolts kind of guy, doing his job as a ranger in the middle of nowhere by himself, and he's aware enough that then he stumbles across some unusual tracks. And he even describes that these tracks start and stop sometimes in the middle of nowhere. He goes, it's really strange. And he's carrying his camera around and he's hoping to catch something, but he's not even sure what he's hoping to catch because he hasn't seen anything. And then he catches Sasquatch, Bigfoot. Looks very similar to me to Patty and the Patterson-Gimlin footage. And then at the end of that, he actually didn't know at the time, but there was a child being picked up by this Bigfoot on the end.
And when he's saying child, he's humanizing predator Bigfoot. It's not a child, it's an offspring. And Bigfoots are called pods, P-O-D-S, like an arthropod, comes from the spider. And the younglings or the young ones are called offsprings, as a spider. D. Spence says creepy sounds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you really listen to it, you would hear one chastising the other. And then if you really listen, it's a muffled sound. And then if you really think about it, you'll know that it's through a wall. It's not a language. It's a mimic of someone getting chastised. And you never know up there. He says 8 miles in the Sierra. People have been known to kidnap people and take them up to isolated places. Keith Guth
says Moorhead was already debunked. He brought a reel-to-reel machine into the woods. That type of machine is bigger and prone to break on rough rides like a horse.
Oh, wow. Didn't know that. Tracker Lorna says hello to D. Spence.
Tracker Lorna says hi, Keith Guth. War Chief is saying hi to both. Keith said it's weird how no other Bigfoot researcher has recorded anything remotely similar in today's technologically advanced world. We don't know the guy that he's talking about in the second part. Oh no, that was a visual one. I didn't know that one.
Mm-hmm.
But don't know about the other recording that Mr. Pilates is talking about there. But what my sister and I heard was the guttural, angry, deep male voice. And it was weird, but in her head, she said, I wondered for a second if it was like human traffickers yelling at her.
No.
And just because we hear so much about that nowadays in the news, that was her first thought, was that somebody was caught out there.
And your daughter
in the
heard
woods
while they were trying to camp outside.
Hear
kitty?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Keith is saying hello to everybody. And Kay says that she has to go because she has an appointment in the morning.
God bless and good rest, Kay.
All right, Kay. Have a good night. And watch the rest when you get the chance. We still got a ways to go. Have a good rest, though.
And if that footage would come out today, I wouldn't even watch it. I would discount it. The reason being is because digitalization can be so manipulated. But because it happened when Paul did, way before digitalization, there's no way it was faked. And if you really look closely at the gleam that comes off that Sasquatch, it's very, very similar to what the gleam was coming off of Patty and Patterson-Gimlin. He wasn't a wealthy guy. He couldn't have hoaxed it. And I think that he really was treading on some ground. He never knew he'd be famous, probably. The Freeman tracks, I actually have some too. They're highly credible. And specifically the ones that were seen at various points of time, and I'm not talking weeks away, sometimes months and years away from each other, and matching them up like that, I don't know that's ever been done. So over the course of me looking into Bigfoot, Sasquatch, I've seen all kinds of tracks. Small, medium, large, tiny. Ray Crow in Oregon was a researcher who was selling his research at about the time I was entering. And I went up there, bought the research, and unbeknownst to me at the time, he had one of the first tracks that Paul made of a tiny Bigfoot walking.
Where she says Randy Harrington has good examples of Bigfoot vocals. And Paul Freeman video footage in the Oregon Blue Mountains, can search it on YouTube. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's vocals out there. We get more calls than anything.
Yeah.
But I mean, Lee Tracker E's had heard the vocals twice.
Well, and we
I
had
know
it,
once, but
that one, we've got to get it
if we can get it,
separated out like that again.
get the background out of it,
Yeah.
like we did one time. And our trackers heard that one because we asked them. We prayed about it before
demonic.
we said before we play this, we're gonna pray because just the way it sounded. But he's saying they got a footprint of a little one, a little pod, little Bigfoot, and David don't know anything. He can't find anything. He's using everybody else's research, or he wouldn't need to go talk to these other people.
I just don't understand why he's got such a great reputation.
Me either.
Do you want to say about what you heard of him?
Well, when we get to that point.
Okay.
But he doesn't have any of his own research. He's using everybody else's and trying to say, yeah, this is good research, this is bad research,
This is credible.
good.
This
This
is
is
not
credible. This is not credible. He don't have any way to say what's credible and what's not credible.
Well, especially with what he says later on.
He's not a researcher. He's
a compiler of
other people's work.
Right.
So he can't say someone is credible and someone's not credible. He's not out there in the field. He doesn't even question, that these things just track stopped.
He was shocked at Scott's camera.
He was shocked at Scott's camera. He was surprised at the vocals being the match. No, it's not a match. Let's see. Elastic Machiner just came in the room.
Hey, was wondering about you. He says, hey, darn, I'm late. Hope you are all doing well. Big love entering the chat right now.
All right.
Glad you're here.
Glad you're here.
Around. And that's now in Colorado at the Sasquatch Outpost being displayed. But I do believe that the foot splay, the disability that may happen with a foot, the injuries, all go towards pointing that Bigfoot has maybe supernatural abilities, but has flesh and blood occurrence on here on Earth. And when they get injured, it's similar to like we're getting injured on the foot. And I think that goes to point that these aren't fabricated. The importance of Barb Shoop's footage. First of all, we didn't think
Just watch our other Watching Wednesday on Barb Shoopadoop.
Barb Shoopadoop. Duped.
we're going to have a chance to go there, but we did. And she captured something very similar to what Scott Carpenter captured. And that one validates the other, I believe. Barb's not somebody who has the ability to work footage and manipulate it. She's a very honest soul. Now, she didn't know this, but the crew goes out and they're filming her. I walked away, not because I was trying to be rude, but I was just trying to see what's around the area. I walked like 200 feet away. I'm walking around the creek bed. There's like a 17-inch track right there. I know right away. This area is ripe, right where she said.
Well,
So-
it's a creek.
I think
What creek area is
I think
it,
giving
right?
Barb a stage to speak was important, and I think she's a smart enough person to understand how smart Bigfoot is.
It sounds like
And
you
when
don't
she
think
laid
she's
it out,
very
I think some
smart.
people may have an issue with it, but I think she's on the right track. What about the footage makes me think it's authentic is it mimics Scott's coverage, and just knowing Barb the way I do, her integrity is at a high level.
Okay, her
My
integrity
husband-
may be at a high level, but she's telling people to go out and gift these things, and
And
mine
mine
speaks
speak.
okay. That you can have all the integrity you want and still have the wrong information and be leading people into danger.
Dangerous people doing this. And it doesn't matter how nice they seem.
Does not matter.
if they're giving the wrong information, they're dangerous people.
Yes.
Had just left for work, was working the graveyard shift. And then about 15, 20 minutes later, I could hear something walking on the gravel.
That must be the name of his movie, huh? American Sasquatch Man, Myth, or Monster?
Maybe. But we talk about these things watch your house. They're very patient. They know when your husband leaves for work. They know when your wife leaves for work. They know when your kids come home. They know when you go out and smoke a cigarette. They know when you let the dog out at nighttime. They are patient and they watch you.
They're watching for your patterns.
And they seen that your husband leaves at 4 in the morning. Got to make it to town. Got to get there. You may live way out there. They know you're home alone. And that's exactly what's happening right now with this woman. They know she's home alone.
What caught my attention was the dogs. They were under the porch. I'm like, what are they doing?
Because that was odd behavior for the dogs. That's what she's saying. What are they doing?
How'd she know they were under the porch? Well, I guess
She
maybe
could
she.
hear them.
Oh, she could hear them.
Hear them barking. Or...
But these dogs are under the porch. They're not out to roam around chasing off coyotes or chasing a rabbit off.
Mm-hmm.
These things are hiding underneath the porch.
Next thing you know, we got onto the porch. I hear the screen door open, and I see the doorknob doing this.
And lock that door, husband.
Or just push that lock. Bam!
And when I was looking,
Let's go ahead and get back to that real fast.
She should already have a weapon.
What would happen right there, trackers? And we would already had our weapon in our hand.
Absolutely.
We hear the slightest noise, and we're up, and we're prepared, and we're looking, and lights are coming on.
It's not coming in because it's curious.
No. It knows your husband's left, and you're alone. And if that door would open, or even if got close to that door opening, there would have been some ammo being laid down. That thing would have found about 20 pounds of lead in it.
and what I was looking at was all covered in hair. The smell was bad, like a dead animal. We just looked at each other.
Hold on.
Not yet.
Okay. Just take note of that. She said we just looked at each other. Go ahead.
We just looked at each other.
So do I think that there's more?
So what happened?
It doesn't show. It'll be in the movie. That's just his teaser for the movie.
Oh, okay. Well,
I don't think it expected her to be standing there watching to see it come in.
It knew she was
thought it
home
was going
alone.
to creep in, though.
Yeah. And they do know how to open those doors. They know how to open car
Absolutely.
doors, open gates,
Unscrew your
kennels,
lid to your dog food and put it back on.
unscrew cans of jars.
Braid your horse's hair while it's raping it.
Unlock doors, unlock locks. But that thing would have found some lead flying. I mean, as soon as there was a clean shot, boom, 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 boom. Somebody would have been picking that thing up in the next day.
People having these experiences and they maybe don't know what to do with it or how to wrap their head around it. So probably maybe once a week.
Probably, maybe. War Chief says Randy has the Sensible Bigfoot podcast, Bigfoot Project podcast.
Okay.
Lorna's saying hi, Elastic. War Chief saying hi, Elastic. Elastic is saying how smart Bigfoot is, more like how devious and cunning. A predator is always a predator. Exactly. And War Chief says exactly. Graybeard says, shoot. Yes. Hey, Graybeard. War Chief says he was shot in the head.
Sure would have been.
Graybeard says, hi, friends. And Halito says, Graybeard, or hi to Graybeard. Graybeard saying hello back. And Lorna's saying hi. And Graybeard saying hi to Lorna.
Oh, yeah, that thing would have found some lead in it.
Get an email from someone who says, I want this between you and me. So if you stage something like that, then you know they're not looking for publicity. And they lay a story out to you, and you think, that sounds just like stories I've heard in the past. And as an example, there was a hunter hunting in Colorado up above tree level. They were near 10,500 feet elk hunting. And they're walking along and they see down the trail what looks like a fog bank. And he said he kept walking towards it, and he thought, well, as I get closer, maybe I'll be able to see through this fog bank.
So he's not
He couldn't.
the story.
He walked up real close
Right.
and stopped.
Right. So he switched from the guy that he says, I can't tell you who it is, basically, to reminds him of a story of someone else. And anyway, in regards to fog banks, in our book, page 73 talks about fogs, and mist we talk about that on page 79 in regards to predators.
Oh, check this out.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Elastic. We appreciate that.
Thank you so much, Elastic. Warchief saying thank you, Elastic. Lorna says, would pelt it for sure.
Right?
Oh, yeah. That thing would have been like, what did I just
She
walk
may not
into?
have had anything, but she should have had some kind of weapon, poker iron, anything, whatever, anything.
Thank you again, Elastic. But yeah, you're right. All y'all are right. That thing.
Hairspray and a lighter.
If anybody is swinging your door open at night,
Yeah.
you're gonna let them know.
And we put
you're in the wrong house.
We put a chair under our door besides the locks.
Just to give us an extra second.
Noise, yeah.
Make that noise. Let us know. And you're gonna see some people coming around that corner with firepower in their hands. War Chief says a slug through the brain. Sure, many slugs if I get a chance like that. But I don't want anything trying to come through doors or windows. But if it's
sneaking in like that, it's not there for anything good.
It's not there for anything good. And it's not going to find anything good waiting for it.
Right at the brink of it, and put his foot through, and his foot disappeared. He says, I don't want any of that. He made a U-turn and walked super fast the other way. That's just one example. Like, what if he had his head down and he walked through it? Would he have been walking through a portal?
More questions. And it's just a story that he heard that he reminded him of.
Yeah.
Graybeard says 20 gauge or 223 for incomers.
There you go. That's right. So this guy's just saying, I don't know, more questions. Let me give you more questions so I can confuse y'all.
And y'all can talk about how wise I am in this subject.
And I didn't tell y'all anything.
Nothing.
Didn't give y'all any knowledge whatsoever.
Nothing yet.
Nothing yet. No, not anything that.
He shakes his head no at himself. Elastic says, I wish I could have used my PayPal, but I didn't have a way to load it at the moment. So I hope you get most of that 20. Sneaking through doors and windows is peeping Tom behavior. It sure is. Predator behavior.
Wow.
Thank you. We appreciate you.
Sure do.
That's that look all politicians give when they're
Trying
busted cheating on their wives.
Johnny, we'll get to that.
When they're told to shut their mouth, or when they're like, Elastic says peeping Tom behavior statistically leads to rapists in a high degree. Yeah.
Sure does.
And how far can I sneak in this time?
I
really don't. It didn't expect her to be up seeing it open that door. It thought she would be sleeping.
We don't know.
We don't know.
But then there's other stories of people seeing entities that very well may mimic that look in the Predator movie.
Yeah, we
Chase-
talk about that in the book under translucence, pages 111 through 113. We also show you photos of the translucence.
Actually,
As a matter of fact, there's so much in the Predator movies that we had already talked about that we didn't even know that was used like that in the
I don't
Predator
know where
movies.
other. I thought it was up here too. But here's one. You can see the black lines, the darker lines. That's a Bigfoot, and the face is actually where you see those little numbers at the bottom. Just go up that little section right there is where the weird nose is, the mouth, the teeth, the fangs. You can see the small eye there. Looks kind of like a dog, really.
With
Like
the
a-
muzzle, yeah.
Like a big-eared dog with a long, short snout, mouth, and chin. Hanging
It'll
up
look
there.
like a watery haze or the heat off a hot highway.
Let me
And we give a much longer description in the book. We talk about it in Monster Spotters too, to teach children what to look for with the translucence. You can load that one too.
yeah, real fast.
We're going to load more pictures of the translucence. And so you want to watch also, is there a wind or what you think is a wind moving some branches, but none of the other branches are moving? You can't see anything, or you can see something moving across, or something is moving the trees, but you can't see it. You need to train your eyes to catch the translucence. Once you do the first time, you'll know how to do it forever.
Yeah, give us 1 second real fast.
Good time to refresh your drink. But hurry.
And not only this translucent, here's another one. Here's some more. This was sent in by a Cherokee young man. All blended in together. Here's another one by a tree. All translucent ones. And yeah, you can capture them on film and video and photos. Just got to know what you're looking for, Dave. He don't know much, I'll tell you.
Being a deer or an elk through a herd. I've heard that story twice. And the herd scatters and the entity doesn't catch it from this person high up. And so one time they said that they saw it chasing and then it stops dead and it looks right up straight at him. And he goes, I never made a sound. I never moved. I have no idea why you even knew I was here. But it scared the heck out of me that it knew I was there and it looked at me.
It also can pick up heat like a snake because it has serpent DNA in it. It can see your trail cam. It knows when you're out there. It can pick up the heat. Graybeard says,
I remember that photo you showed, a tree with a face in it.
Oh yeah, I think that was from Josh's. I just seen that the other day too, and I should have kept it. I mean, we still have it, but
Did we screenshot it? Oh, that Josh.
yeah.
Okay.
And War Chief says,
Choctaw Josh. War Chief says, how about the pic of the Bigfoot's face looking up from the ground?
"Oh yeah, I have to find it. I know I had it downloaded, but I didn't put a name on it."
Bay Otter says, somehow this appeared in the algorithm and I'm here. I've been looking for answers because my experiences are different. Well, we're glad you're here and you'll get answers here.
Yeah.
And be sure you go back and look at our playlists. Just the basics. Start there. That will answer a lot. Just go back and look through all our old live streams and videos. War Chief says, Halitotu, is it, oh, it's Bad Otter. I thought it said, no, it is Bay Otter. Okay, Bay Otter.
Okay, Bay Otter. Also, if you the heck. I'm gonna have to do something because
Hold on one second.
let's see something. Let us go up.
Which one you looking for? Oh,
But we may be able to reach them. Okay, so
really, what's out there in our woods that we don't know about?
a lot that you don't
apparently.
know.
Yeah. Give me that you don't know about. If you don't know anything.
Define weed, Dave.
Yeah, that's not weed, Dave. Dave's not home.
Talking about the Adam Davies experience in the film. First of all, there's a lot of things that happened there that we didn't get in the film. There was a time they were sitting there and Adam said all of a sudden a water bottle sitting at a table.
Just a second ago, wasn't that the part where he says, and that was, if you look at the film, he knew exactly what it was, but he couldn't say, or is that later on?
Later on.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to take a quick 3-second, not quick 3-second, but just a 2-minute break. Let me refresh this drink. Here's a video, and we'll be right back. Get you a drink or something. We'll be right back.
Footsteps walking when I do, I hear the sound, but see nothing as I look around. I see many eyes shining, following everywhere I go. Every time I look in the dark, they're looking at me. A foul smell in the air as people walk around without a care. Shadows in the corner of my eye, but when I turn to look, there is nothing there. A blur passes by, but what do I see? Only that who calls my name from the forest, the same as my father do. My hair stands up on the back of my neck. I feel sick and dizzy now, disoriented, spinning around. A large wolf on 2 feet follows me, lurking and smirking from tree to tree, whistling for me to look as the clawed hand waves My body tries to tremble, but I'm staying brave. Something sways back and forth, I look away. I remember my mother always told me that when I hear and see this in the woods or around town, I am to sound the alarm, but let others know predator Bigfoots are hunting, and I should go and let her know. My father knows what to do as he calls to other men too. Mothers find their children and let them know to stay close. Stay in the house and pull the shades down. Hold your breath and don't make a sound. On from the teaser before the predator Bigfoots are back and hungry for more. Man and woman form lines to clear the land. The brushes beat as townspeople walk from the street to the wood line, moving slow into the woods now, making no sound as a gifting tree is found. Food and children's items with sales and flowers too. Why would someone do this to our town? Putting us all in danger. The shoes of a stranger are seen. Someone has been feeding predator Bigfoots near our family's home. Trees bowed and pulled down, sharpened spikes placed in the ground as the forest goes quiet. Not a bird, cricket, or frog. The trees are still, the forest has a chill. Weapons now ready as all know the sign that predator Bigfoots are around. Now it's a trap as he slaps on a tree. A whoop over there and a breath next to me. Now whoops everywhere behind every tree. A raven's call, but that's not all. Coyote sounds, how his broken branches are heard. A baby's cry, I hear a hoot, and an owl flies by a call for help. Then the sound of a scream, like a dream will come to the reality of now. Predator Bigfoots all around. They didn't make a sound till now. We all know, put the sight at his head to slow their charge. People run from fear as others stand clear, calm in their aim as the ground is now stained. The forest now quiet as only few walk away. Now we look for the one who gifted the predators our town.
Goes mid-flight and flies right across from us. They were there to see a Sasquatch and to have a Sasquatch experience. And they didn't have that. They had this experience. And he didn't believe it was Sasquatch. He thought it was something else. His friend thought it was something demonic. Either way, he said it was the scariest thing he's ever had happen to him in his life. And he stayed there waiting for that second experience, even though he was very afraid. Again, if it was somebody else, I'm not even sure I would have put it in the movie. But because Adam's so credible, which makes me think that whatever's doing this, it was meant to do that in front of Adam. If Matthew had brought up, say, some guy who owns a gas station in a local city,
it's whoever seems credible to this guy who doesn't know who could be credible and who isn't credible. This guy doesn't have everything to put a conclusion together, and yet he's saying some people are credible, some people are not. He disregarded some people because he didn't feel that they were credible. But if he kind of knows them, he makes them credible. But also, things happen to the people that he finds credible. Let's see. Fern says, glad you found us here, Bay Otter. You will learn so much. Track Lawrence says, hi, Bay Otter. Bernice, she said, just made it back. I got off and headed home. Hopefully nothing is waiting for us outside. Hopefully you got everything lit up, motion detector or something that you can get to set everything off when you come home. I think Amazon has some motion lights outside that if you can buy maybe two, if you set one off, the other one will set off too. It'll cover that dark spot. And Orchie says, that's great news that you're back. Graybeard says, hello, Bernice Dubois. And Bay Otter says, thank you for the warm welcome. Lastric Machiner says, cool, Bernice. Good to see you. And Orchie says, thank you, or Yakoki Bay Otter. Lastric Machiner says, either way, let me guess, they got hitchhikers messing around their homes now. That's the Missouri, or that's the MO.
MO, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Changes life forever, but no one would hear about it. But everyone's going to hear about this. So was Adam meant to be the delivery of that story?
Because he's special.
Adam's special. That's
he's
why.
He's special, and you're special, and we're special, and everybody's special.
And you're special, Dave. Dave. Dave's so special. He don't know what's going on.
But he's been given a super large platform.
And he's never seen these things be in their translucent state. So he said, maybe this, maybe that, maybe
Never
this.
Seen him in any state.
Maybe that. Yeah, he hadn't seen him in any state, actually. And people are giving this guy credit, and this guy's never seen one.
Oh, we're so glad that you read the comments under theirs.
Oh, my
We're
goodness.
so glad. We've been wanting you to get him on here.
He hadn't told you anything. He's using everybody else's work. Oh, my goodness.
Does Adam's experience mean that we should be aware of more things in the woods?
Duh.
If you look back at my other movies, other hunters have talked about very strange things that they've seen in the woods. Let's talk about Skinwalker Ranch. When Colin Kelleher was sitting there talking about dinosaurs walking through the middle of his research area. I've told other conferences, I think that our woods are much different than what's portrayed in a biology class in high school.
Yeah, how many people grew up not even knowing that these things were out there? There's people today who don't know these things are around. There are people today who don't know these predators are out there.
Yeah.
Or don't know that they can be in their translucent states. Who can be right beside them or right above them.
The one still saying, show me the evidence.
Show me the evidence.
I believe in science.
And so you don't you believe in science, take the shot, man. Take the shot.
Take all
and
seven.
All seven of them.
Why do some people have that experience and some don't?
Because they're special.
That's it.
Maybe that something is studying us.
You think?
More than we're studying them.
I think it's both. I think it's both.
Read our book, Dave. Read our book. Read the book. Read the book. Geez, all these things you're guessing still is in the book. Everything you're guessing about don't have any conclusion, any. Graybeard's laughing, and he also says, are they still able to bleed when they're in a translucent state? Yes. Yes, they're just absorbing the light. Reflecting, and you can still put rounds in them. They don't want to be wounded because just like a chicken, if a chicken's wounded and it goes back into the flock, those other ones are going to start pecking at it and they're going to eat the entire chicken. Same thing with the predator Bigfoot. That's why they're very cautious. And if someone has a weapon, they're really cautious because they do not want to be wounded, because when they go back smelling like blood amongst all these predators, even a wolf or a lion, if they're wounded and tore up and they're back with the other lions, it's going to get eaten. Baboons, everything.
So when I look back in my life, I almost think that my track as a career was meant to end up where I am today.
You think? I think everyone's is, Dave.
Is anybody else's?
It's almost as if God has a plan.
Almost like we're right where we're supposed to be.
Are you doing the right thing with your platform? Are you really telling the whole truth?
Are you giving people the truth with everything that you got?
It's all about your choices.
Because everybody went through something when they were younger, up till now, to put them in their spot. Bay Otter, this is a Watching Wednesday where we're critiquing work. We're not here to hear about experiences or answer questions about that. This is a teaching tool. Give us an email, shoot us whatever you want to shoot us, and we can get back to you on that. But tonight it's about critiquing work or critiquing someone else's.
Right.
So that we make sure that the right information is out there. And like this guy who's on the screen now is not given the full information or the full truth, which is very dangerous, given a half truth, which is still a lie that can still get people hurt out there.
And we want to stay focused in the chat.
Yeah, and that's a disruption of the chat. So
send an email.
Yeah, we're going to delete that comment and continue.
20 years in law enforcement. Then I worked in HR for a long time, and I was doing investigations in corporations as an HR.
So he's investigating himself, basically investigating
corporation investigations.
Yeah, so he's internal affairs, investigating his buddies and finding no one at fault, as they do every time they do whenever. Okay, Bay Otter's
like selective investigation.
Not listening. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to mute you for a little bit till you understand what we're talking about. Okay. So this guy also, he used to work with De Beers Security, which if you ever look up Ottawa-Piscat in the Hudson Bay area, far north Canada, you're going to find out that the De Beers diamond mine is there, called the Victor Mine, I believe. Mm-hmm. And they have the native people working there, but native people don't get any profit from the diamond mine that's in and on their territory. It's basically maybe 100 yards from where the tribe is. But the people who work for the De Beers diamond mine, the De Beers Security, which this guy did, they lock the native people into a like a work trailer that's got lots of rooms. They chain their doors, and at night time people hear chains opening back up and women screaming and people screaming during that night. They also are one of the poorest communities, even though that diamond mine belongs to them. The De Beers Security, which this guy worked for, makes sure that those Indians stay poor. They search them after they work, because they have to work in that diamond mine for a small salary. They're the poorest there. They have the worst water, and all the food, like a loaf of bread, would cost you about $35. Everything is too expensive for the natives to have any kind of life there, even though that's their diamond mine. But
and the De Beers company's making bank. Yeah,
the De Beers, you hear about the De Beers diamond, but it's coming from like people like this who work for that security, who overlook humanity.
Investigate that, Dave.
And that's why they're sponsoring. These guys have money. Dave just came on and went big all over the place.
And they also have money
deals.
To close or to shut down different newspaper, to scrub things from the internet.
Yeah.
To scrub things from newspapers, to pay people off to shut up.
Yeah. They have a big security, kind of like Tiger Swan or Blackwater. Same type of people.
director. Then I leave and I have a Bigfoot story dropped in my lap by a couple people.
Dropped in his lap by a couple people. That doesn't sound suspicious.
Sure don't. Dropped in his lap by a couple of people. And who are those people, Dave?
So then I go investigate that. Then I'm at a national park and some rangers drop a story about missing people in my lap.
That's kind of weird putting too.
And
the rangers, that a lot of them that
the national parks,
hide.
yeah, are owned by
UN.
the United Nations. So those rangers are paid security. They're not like a sheriff or a state trooper or someone who may be living in the area working for the town. These are people brought in who learned the language to keep security and to keep all of this hidden. So if they're dropping it off to him, they're working with him. And they're saying, this is what we can put out. This is what you can't put out.
And it was right after he had just quit or retired from the other job.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and block Bay Otter. That's
They're back in again?
yeah, we
Just
put
did
him
it
in.
again?
Well, we
Or
put him
that-
in a
that's another
timeout.
one?
It's the same message.
It just popped back up.
Yeah, it's just here to disturb. So I don't know. And I thought I'd seen that name before. So we're gonna ban the user and delete your comments. All right, let's continue. So Pilates is not this innocent, soft-spoken. You know, if this guy had a gun and had his security with him, you wouldn't see him talking like this, especially if you were the one he was talking to. And these people get physical, and these people will kill.
It's as though my education while I was in law enforcement and HR and Bigfoot, it all led me here. And not sure what it means, but just try to report credible findings.
Try to.
And
He tries to. He tries to report them. Doesn't say he does report them. He says he tries to report them.
keep it factual and keep it scientific. There's a lot of people in the world like me,
What has he
like the
said? That,
majority that enter the Bigfoot world, that are going to migrate right towards the academic side and read.
But
well, I was wondering what he said so far that was at all scientific.
there's nothing scientific, nothing factual, except for other people's just a little bit. He never lets them continue.
Read those books and go to those conferences. And because people make disparaging statements about people who think like me, they call it the woo.
Actually, you haven't said that you know about the woo. You don't even, you've never seen a translucent. You don't know what they can do. You've never even seen a Bigfoot.
You never clearly even said what you think,
You've never shown a picture or video
much less what
of
you
a
know.
Bigfoot. Yeah.
People are going to step away and say, don't want to go there. I don't want to be embarrassed by it. I don't want to be made fun of. Well, what if I put 6, 7, 8 people, high credibility, scientists in front of you?
Well, it wouldn't impress us.
Wouldn't impress us. We'd say, are you sure they know what they're doing? You can be, and those are your credible people. Those aren't the people we would call credible.
People will spend tens of millions of dollars.
Ah,
And then I tell you,
Huh? How do you know that?
right.
Uh-huh.
Some more.
you want to stand on that science side. What facts support an ape or a gorilla in North America?
None.
Has there ever been DNA found, Paranthropus or Gigantopithecus in North America? No. Do we have DNA on Gigantopithecus and Paranthropus? Yes, we do. So the hair samples that are recovered, If those were them, it would come back as that. That's never been recovered in North America. No bones of a wild ape have ever been found in North America. So what evidence supports their allegations? Gigantopithecus.
There are none. They're all guessing. Every one of them guessing. None of them have information. None of them know where it comes from.
Like
Go ahead.
Like the group that was telling us to feed them and preserve them.
Yeah. I even told them, I said, we can go out there and catch one of these or kill one of these things if you want, but we're gonna need a couple people and some finances to do it. They said, oh no, we don't want to catch one. We don't want proof.
Right.
Said,
and we're not hunters. We don't say go hunt.
This was something a long time ago too, not a recent thing. Oh, Sandy Hathaway.
Hey, Sandy, how you doing? She says, been so long since I've made it to a watching Wednesday live. Glad I made this one. Got my popcorn. Good.
All right.
Graybeard saying hey to Sandy. Tracker Lorna saying hey to Sandy. She's saying hi back and hope all is well and God bless.
She said hi to Graybeard. And Graybeard said thank you, bless you too. And Sandy says hi. All right.
Has never been proven to stand upright or be an upright ape or gorilla. So how could they say? How could they say that? And the only thing that supports Gigantopithecus ever being on our planet is a small piece of the jaw and a few teeth. Paranthropus has never been known to be in North America. But let's go back over to the other side now. Our DNA, which we recovered, which we had 5 scientists, PhDs, write a paper about it, says that on the maternal side, it's human. On the fraternal side, it's never been categorized in 34 trillion base pairs in GenBank. How could that be?
Unknown.
Only a female can produce. That's why you're going to have female DNA or a female chromosome or a female, what do you call it? What's that? I can't think of the word they use.
It'll come to you in a second.
Yeah. But let's check this out. So this is a oldie but a goodie. And if I could speed it up, I would. But let's listen to, because he's going to be talking about, he's actually talking about, what's her name? Ketchum.
Yeah.
Melba Ketchum's DNA study. But we put this out before this study was put out. And all she did was prove us right with her study. The study he's talking about, we have the information put out before that study, which he didn't have any information about that until after the study. But just listen to what we're talking about.
Mr. Jerry, actually, very intriguing for me because of my background. As most of y'all know, that I've taught survival and wilderness survival and tracking skills, primitive life skills for near 20 years now. And Jerry does it also. I'm gonna give you the floor, man, and just start from the beginning, man. We want to know all about you. I mean, I'm curious.
I come from a medicine people background. My mother was a medicine person, my grandfather's. So we've passed down healing ways throughout the generations, and it happened to fall on me. Except I wanted to find out more than what I was being told. So I left home and, I asked my mom, well, I was talking with her, and I said that I'm going to have to leave again. And she asked me why. And I said, well, if you can teach me everything I need to know about this world, I can stay here. And, she looked at me and gave me a hug, and she said, I'll see you when you get back.
Now, folks, I will say this. Jerry impressed me quite well last week when I was me and my father was having a little bit of a outing in eastern Oklahoma, and I had an interesting night, to say the least, with some audio and some stuff going on, and we discussed that on Trinity Paracryptid last week. But Jerry was literally about 2 hours south of me, and he was on standby if it got bad. And he literally was on standby to shoot up there and come find me. And I appreciate that, Jerry. I wanted to say thank you so much for having my back on that night. And man, you was right there. I mean, you knew exactly where I was at. Very few people would actually know that area that well. Where does Bigfoot come into this? You know, I'm curious because I know you're out in the woods a lot. You live out there. I mean, you're down in Antlers, Oklahoma, and I know you're dealing with them because we're dealing with down there ourselves. You know, my father is actually not very far from you right now. There's 3 troops running that area around Antlers. You know, that stretch. There's actually more than that. The 3 that I've dealt with, he's got a white scar down the side of his face, and he. Usually, if you see him, there's something going on. It's almost like there's a territorial battle going on in between his troop and the juveniles down there right now. So they're firing back and forth. And the reason I'm saying this is to let people know that area, even to all of us researchers that come into that area, is a fairly active area. I'd say it's almost as active as up around Broken Bow Lake on the backside in between there and Arkansas. So my original question was, have you had any aggressive behavior in that area?
Not in this area, but I have in the Clayton, Oklahoma area, which is not maybe about 20, 30 miles from here.
Oh, yeah. I know Clayton real well. Matter of fact, Big Boy with the scar runs that area real well. Dad got drugged halfway down a ridge in a tent in Clayton, Oklahoma. It just ran up. His girlfriend was in it. And what's funny is it waited until I went to sleep right before dawn.
When they ask for proof, I keep telling people, we'll come to Antlers, you know. I'll take you right to them. I'll show you where they're at, or, you know, because I am from here. We're kind of like the guards here, you know, and I took a shot at one just to get them to lay down because I didn't have a clear shot, but I had them on thermals and just kind of leaning it out there and taking the best shot by looking at that thermal. They took cover after that. And so that gave me a little space to, you know, keep pulling back. But I knew my other friends were out there, and if I was to really start in with this, that, you know, they would have been killed easy. I teach the ancient histories and the ancient, you know, hieroglyphs and everything, and we see the mixture in the hieroglyphs in the Egyptian Dendra zodiac, and we also see it also in the Aztec sunstone. Their history is also in there about the mixing of the animal, mixing of the human, and how it made, you know, a Bigfoot. And then, you know, these it's just a mixture of animals and a mixture of human.
So you're saying that in your view, Sasquatch is a conglomerate of different, for lack of better terms, on scientific level, DNA structures, or different, you know, they're a mixture of other animals together.
Yeah, and if they would run a test like that, you know, we're testing for DNA of a serpent, tested for DNA of, you know, a land animal or a ram, and we're also testing for a DNA of a fish. You know, we're testing for DNA of a bird.
Yeah.
You know, they would run tests like that. These things would show up.
Well, that's, you know, we have ran DNA, and they come back inconclusive. They say that they're a certain percentage human and primate, but then they have other, you know, it's interesting that you say that, because we do have, you know, certain groups and people have produced that evidence for, you know, for in saying that they could be.
They're only a predator. And in our history, and in many tribes' history, you know, recounts, they're called the arrival of evil. But at that time, they didn't have, you know, the perfect human face. They had, you know, it was more of a disfigurement.
Yeah.
But we were also taught that they're cannibalistic, or they eat man, and that they have a bite like fire and paralyzing. You know, that's the same attributes also of a spider. We're taught that it's going to evolve to look more like us, to become a better predator, to get as close as it can to us.
You talking to me, I can't believe that you brought up the spider. You know, that's one of the oldest teachings there is. You know, not very many people, they won't talk about Nephilim and angels and stuff like that. You go even farther back than that, and it talks about the spider. And it's crazy that you're actually able to bring that up. If you're really dealing with the ancient ones, with the spiders, why are you even staying around? We as the warriors, you know, when there are times we have to vacate. And if you're really dealing with the Chapia, if you're really dealing with the ancient ones, buddy, that gun ain't gonna help you.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but I've got a medicine bloodline. A warrior has to go back with all the ancient knowledges to be that man-child, that birthing that they talk about in the Bible.
Absolutely.
But a lot of people aren't warriors. A lot of people don't accumulate all the information before they go back. And when you know all that, you know to connect to the earth, and that truth is the only language in the spirit world. Being in the confrontation with a Bigfoot, to me, I just know that I have to take care of what's in front of me. And I don't see it as a life and death situation, because I just see it as either this is going to be my greatest last challenge, or this is going to be my greatest challenge. No matter what you're looking at, no matter what the numbers are, you don't show fear to anything. This is our world, It's not a predator's world. But also, a lot of the Choctaws, they don't have this information. With my family, we have the oldest house in Antlers. It's the only house that was standing after the tornado in 45. There's energies there because whenever that tornado happened, a lot of people perished in this town. So we had the biggest house at that time. So we took all the furniture out. They put all the bodies in there, and people came in to, collect their family. And energies did stay there. And so we've been raised around, what people call ghosts, apparitions, orbs, sounds, movements, voices, shadows. So, our medicine background is different than the normal, I guess you would call the normal civilized Choctaw.
The mind protection technique.
So he's talking about the DNA study, but the DNA study that they did with Melba Ketchum and a few other people, and many people contributed to that. I think Scott Carpenter did also.
Mm-hmm.
But all they did was prove everything that we said before that DNA study was done. We see it in the Aztec Sunstone, the Egyptian Dendra Zodiac, copper tablets, our old stories or reaccounts that our tribes have passed down. It's called The Arrival of Evil. It's got a spider bloodline that binds all the DNA together, and also man has been thrown into that mix, and it's become a better predator to get closer to man. And there's so many people that start to trust these things, and then so many people start disappearing. Let's see. Warchief is saying,
Allie told Miss Sandy, and Sandy saying hello all, pardon my manners, and Sandy saying I have missed y'all. We're glad you're back.
yeah, it's been a
Warchief
while.
says Sandy Halito means hello. I put the link for that Gary Spikes Jr. video that you just heard part of.
Mm-hmm.
And that's an interesting video. That's over on the other channel, and sub to that channel while you're checking it out later.
And that's a link you may want to go check out.
Sandy says, Halito War Chief. Elastic says, his tone of voice always felt off to me in this video. You like to think the best of people, but it's hard to ignore.
Yeah.
Elastic says, hi, Sandy. And I didn't mean to misspell your name there. I was asking if you meant Sykes or Politis, and you meant Sykes.
Okay.
Sandy says, hi, Elastic. War Chief says, yes. Kind of sounds like talking down to Elastic Machinery.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it knows everything about everything.
Yeah, he actually wanted to stump me in our tracking abilities and the knowledge that we had. But at the end of the interview, he was saying, I didn't know that. Well, okay, well, good. I didn't know that. And he was agreeing with everything I was saying. So I actually know more than he does, and our trackers do too.
There's a lot more to that whole story around that interview.
Yeah.
Elastic says, yes, War Chief. I'm also of the opinion that if you don't already know the answers of the topic your channel is all about, then you're only offering a question and a mystery. Meanwhile, all the questions.
Yeah.
And the war chief says exactly. And then the last part of that is have answers found here and in the literature from Lee Tracker E and Jerry. All the questions are covered and fit. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Graybeard says Politis has made a whole career out of presenting cases and providing no information. Right?
He has. He keeps people guessing and just questions.
A well-funded career.
Well-funded questions.
War Chief says that's why I trained under Jerry Lead Horse Choctaw and Lead Tracker E. We're sure glad you did.
We are.
Elastic says, yep, Graybeard, and really I suspect he knows more than he's telling anyone, so what's the point? To create a sellable mystery and intrigue. Yes, and also to control the information. So people think, okay, well, this is the go-to guy, and that's the end of it right there. That's where we're at. That's all we know.
Yep.
Sandy says, I've watched Politis in several videos and documentaries, and I too cannot figure him out. And she says, found him first on Scott Carpenter's channel. Now, Scott Carpenter, to me, was a genuine person.
Yeah.
Another independent researcher, Ellie Marzulli. When we sat down with him, he goes, I knew it, Dave. I knew the nuclear DNA would come back as nothing. And then we had this long talk. I said, I didn't know you knew that. So independent researchers
say, LA, be careful, buddy.
Yeah. So here's something.
We don't want you on a list of LA was a good guy.
Yeah. Stay away from this guy.
Yeah. Don't spend too much time with him.
Now here is a reason why there's no male nuclei or nuclear. A female spider doesn't need a male to produce because it will get the DNA through the blood and it will keep the blood in the body for when it needs to produce. It can also keep sperm from any kind of male animal to produce. It doesn't need to just have a mate. It can produce. And whatever it produces, it will use that male protein, DNA, to produce. And spiders can do this. This is what a lot of these so-called researchers or experts or whatever they are, they can't grasp that it has spider DNA. Even though they're saying it has, we found conclusive evidence of it having bird DNA, of having animal, pig, man, all these different DNAs, as Melba said, a monkey, pig, man, and things like that. Only the spider DNA can do that. It takes the protein from whatever it drinks blood from to produce as a bird spider, wolf spider, dog spider, fish spider, you name it. And no two will be the same because the spider DNA is a constant turn. It's constantly turning. So the first predator that comes out of it may have the DNA of the bird, the fish, man, which will be a Bigfoot, and the spider. The second one comes out because this DNA is moving. The second one may come out as a dog, winged dog, bat, spider, man. The next one that comes out may be a goat, snake, bird, Bigfoot, man.
Mothman.
Or it may come out to be like a chupacabra. It may be
Otterman.
Otterman. What's it called?
Man, bear, pig.
Man, bear, pig.
This is why
Turtle, frog, Batman.
Yeah, this is why the descriptions are just so odd, and everybody's a little bit right, everybody's a little bit wrong, because they're trying to fit these. They're trying to say each one of these things is a separate category, and we're telling you that they're all related.
Yeah, and some people just can't grasp it yet.
Even Melba.
Melba couldn't grasp it. No, and this guy surely can't grasp it.
We've left the information before on her site, and it just gets ignored and no response at all, like we aren't there.
And in the book, I'm not sure what page it's on, but it's called Spider Squatch DNA.
And so
It's,
we just put the
binding
link.
DNA.
Just put the link in chat, and that's to our Spider Squatch DNA playlist. So be sure you check that out for more on that topic.
Mm-hmm.
Sandy says, all related. Yes, yes,
Yep.
and it makes so much sense. Could we show the picture of War Chief's, the one he saw, or we showed it?
I think we.
Is it already gone?
Yeah, it's already gone.
We had to delete it.
To make
But the
room.
picture we showed earlier of the predator Bigfoot that War Chief saw, once you have the word spider in your mind and then you look at that
Let me go see if I can grab it.
Bigfoot, you can't unsee it after that. And then you start thinking about things like this, the spider crawl and the different traits that they had, the different things that they can do, the fact that there's no neck, you know, the way the body, the head is set down forward like that. It just all begins to click and make sense to you. Hopefully. He's loading that picture up real quick again. We're at max capacity on the video room and the photo room, and so every time we load a new picture, we have to delete another first. And then think about how even when Jesus says, I give you power to trample on snakes and scorpions. Scorpions just another form of the arthropods in that family, in the spider family. And you think about the scorpions coming out of the bottomless pit at the end and the different mismatch of Frankenstein traits that they have. It just all makes sense. Not to mention the things we've shown you. So what's showing on the screen now is Sibelia Irwin's rendition of War Chief's very, very up close, within feet, like standing directly behind him. Predator Bigfoot, and War Chief is 6 feet tall, and he was, I think he said 6 inches below this thing's belly button, with the red eyes and the spider look. Just look at it.
Yeah, if that thing was on all fours and as low as it could be, and coming at you low, it looked just like a spider. I mean, it does look like a spider.
Yeah, the spider crawl, the way it can climb and hang and suspend and jump and everything about it.
Yeah.
Having a significant impact on science has happened a lot over the years. But I ask people, please, look at the facts. Don't look at the background of the people. Don't look at the conferences. And
he looks at the background of the people and he says who's credible and who's not.
Yep. Sandy says it makes so much sense. Yes, when you see it. JR says scorpions live under cow pies.
Yep.
And they love filth.
Oh, yeah.
if you're overwhelmed at a conference by a significant group, keep an open mind, follow the facts, and it'll get you to a good place.
Again, a bunch of words that say absolutely nothing.
Yep. Again, that's misleading people without people understanding what he's doing.
That's just double speak. Words.
Ellie, I know that you spent time with Ron Moorhead in South America. That was about the elongated skulls, right?
Correct.
And you did DNA on that, correct?
We did extensive. Out of the 58 samples that we took from 18 skulls, and we didn't get nuclear DNA from that. But we got a preponderance of mitochondrial DNA coming from the female line or the maternal line of the equation.
Well, you got to have the female first to have something. They don't just appear, and the man is not going to be making that.
Right, it's history.
And those results could have lasting impact on our work.
So what did the DNA results tell you?
Well, the DNA results told me that it upholds our hypothesis that 3,500 years ago, these people came from the Middle East.
So we found nuclear DNA, but that even added more to the mystery because
Unknown.
I
knew it. I knew it. Say that. That's been our hypothesis from day one. That when you do get nuclear DNA, there'll be nothing in the gen bank.
Because it's from the spider.
The unknown is its own category.
That is the category. That is.
It's not unknown. That's
proof.
It.
The proof is the unknown.
Which will show it. Squatch sightings just through the roof. Something is going on. And now they're becoming more and more prevalent. Are these the beasts of the earth? In my opinion, they are.
Yes.
So Dr. Ketchum was the only person we could find who would test our DNA. UC Davis, UC Berkeley, all the big labs would not touch it when they found out it was Bigfoot related. Dr. Ketchum has testified in the courts in Texas and put people on death row for her testimony on DNA. So when people say she's not an expert, hooey. Find me a bigger expert that can testify in court. They won't find it. So she knows what she's doing. When we worked with her and I submitted the first hair sample, she said, Dave, this is only the second time I've ever seen this. First time was with Josh Gates when he submitted something from Nepal regarding Yeti. She goes, yours is only the second time. One of the big issues that came up with our DNA, I don't even know who brought it up originally, but they said that our DNA was contaminated and it couldn't be trusted. I'm never there when this is brought up. I wish I was, but there's a very easy explanation to this. Let's pretend I'm the one who finds the hair sample. And let's pretend I grab it, roll it between my hands, rub it on my face, and contaminate the heck out of it. And then they put it in a machine and they cleanse it. And let's pretend it doesn't get cleansed right. And they test it, and let's pretend my DNA comes out in the testing process. First of all, that's not going to happen. But let's pretend it did. So then they say, oh, well, what DNA did we find? Well, on the maternal side, you're going to find a woman from Russia, my mom. And on the fraternal side, you're going to find somebody from Greece, my dad. But to find nothing on the fraternal side is literally impossible. Because that's...
Unless the DNA is already stored there from the male. And it could be a dog male. It could be a bird male. It could be a snake male. It could be the male fish.
Well, you keep thinking it's contaminated.
That DNA is there. You just don't know what to look for.
Never happened before. When you talk to Marzulli and the elongated skulls, he had the same issue. So what is really going on? Is that fraternal site some kind of placeholder for other entities that we don't understand?
It's the binding DNA.
The protein is already there. The male DNA is already there. Whatever it's eaten, it stores it. Come on, guys.
I don't know. But for it to be contaminated, that's completely a stupid argument. People on the ape or gorilla side of the topic hate our DNA study because it proves something that they can't live by.
It proves something that you don't even understand. Let's see.
And he's not even specifically defined.
And he can't explain it. He can't explain it. And he was part of the study.
Or he's covering it up. Elastic says, my cousin and her husband in Kentucky saw a pure white thing in the 90s. Had widespread eyes almost on the side of its head. Well, we have cow pastures everywhere there. That's their prey. Exactly.
And they don't have to kill and eat just like what we're talking about right here. They don't have to kill and eat the cow. They can just go up to it and drink blood from it. That DNA will be transferred. That male bull DNA is transferred, and once it produces a offspring, that DNA is being used. So it may come out looking like a bull, but it'll say no paternal because yeah. They just can't grasp it. And if you look at a spider, see what the spider does, see how it produces. Doesn't always have to have a male, and it saves that DNA in the protein after it has drank the blood. It stores it and uses it later.
When you get a chance, watch that playlist. Sandy says, open mind, word salad, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Graybeard says, trust the science.
Uh-oh.
Right?
Uh-oh. Trust the science.
Elastic says, so the predator preys on the cows, and those genes are expressed in the predator's young. It also makes it easier for them to track and prey on cows and bulls.
Sure does. And they will be with the bulls, especially in the shaded areas. They'll be laying out there with them.
Sandy says, LOL at Graybeard. Graybeard's laughing. Graybeard says he actually makes a true point here. War Chief says he's kind of like a weatherman. He can be right only 20% of the time. Graybeard's laughing. Sandy says, Elastic makes sense when your eyes are open to the truth, but how can you get others to understand? Share our videos.
Yeah. Share them. And
it's slow going, but
like,
share
like
our
this
books.
one too. Share this one.
And expect kickback.
Yeah. Most of them have to be baby stepped to understand all this. This guy here on the screen, I don't think he'd ever get it. He's not open-minded.
He's not paid to get this.
Yeah, he's not paid to get the truth. He's paid to
control the
truth.
Yeah. War Chief says, yes, science gave us mRNA, and we know how that works. We know how that went.
Yep.
But you've got to remember that on that side, there's academics. Those academics could apply for an academic grant. Cost them nothing. They could get $500,000 to study a DNA on a new evolving mammal tomorrow. Question, why haven't they done it? The reason they haven't done it, in my humble opinion.
In his humble opinion.
The reason why they haven't done it, in my humble opinion. So you don't know.
And then his body language goes straight to kind of covering his mouth.
Trying to, how am I going to say this? Elastic says, Sandy, you can
only tell the truth. People choose how they feel and what they believe based on all kinds of factors. But got to keep that faith and stand for the truth, even if you have to pray for faith. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is BFRO had an edict by Wally Hersham, who was their finance beneficiary for 10 years.
BSRO.
Go get DNA.
Yeah.
That's why he gave him millions of dollars. Over 10 years, Wally said they didn't get any DNA. I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer.
Agreed.
Scott Carpenter and I aren't the brains of the organization.
Scott's a different person than you.
Yeah.
We were able to figure this out. And if you said, Dave, let's go out and do it again, I would say, why? If somebody doesn't believe it, then go get a grant and go do it. I personally believe BFRO got DNA. A lot of smart people in that organization. They got DNA, they didn't like what they found, and they shuttled the research. Because when Wally got involved with us near the end, he funded a lot of the remaining research. Once we got it public, he said to us, guys, I'm 100% convinced. My research in Bigfoot is over, and he's done. And he left. Nothing more. God rest his soul, he died recently.
Imagine that.
What? Another one?
Does it make 4?
At least. All these guys he goes to and gets information from.
We were talking about earlier.
That's
like
at least 4
when people say, you were there with me during all the hardest times of my life, and the person says, well, thank you. I'm glad we could
Got through it.
I'll be there through the next, and they're like, no, man, it's time we got to part ways.
Yeah, what I'm saying is we got to part
Yeah,
ways.
I'm saying you were there for the hardest part of my life every time.
You had something to do with that. Sandy's talking about faith. She says, every day, pray for faith.
Elastic says, ha, 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 War Chief Tracker C. Now here's Dave for the missing information.
Yeah.
War Chief says, another one bites the dust. Yep.
And another one. And another one.
Yep. After all the
Sandy.
information was given. And you know, with controlled information, they'll tell you just enough of the, okay, so what is the other side, in quotes, saying? Who's their enemy? Okay, now this person's going to be put in place to say, this is my enemy too. But they're actually working, it's controlled opposition. They're actually working for them.
They're working together.
But yeah, he believed our research. So as a Christian, the maternal side being found into the Middle East raised a lot of eyebrows, including mine. And could Bigfoot be a fallen angel? Well, one of the things that really isn't talked a lot about Bigfoot, but I ask often, is why is Bigfoot restricted from coming in contact with us, sitting down at a campfire, and mind speaking with all of us? Why is it restricted from stepping in front and just staring at us? Because if you look at the majority of the sightings, they don't look directly at you. They look away, they cross in your path. It's almost as though they're told that they can't look at us.
Didn't you just have a woman
Literally, that's in your movie?
that says, we looked at each other?
We stood there and looked at each other. That's why we told you to take note of that.
Oh my goodness. War Chief, did
it look at you, War
Did it
Chief,
look
or is
at
that
you?
another rare thing?
and he says, what's he say? Something about very rare.
Very rare. Has he gotten to that part yet?
No, just about to.
Now, there's a few times it happens, but rare.
Oh.
And then why is it so rare to find a group of Bigfoot sleeping?
How do you know it's
Very
rare?
rare.
You didn't even know that
Why is
Scott
it so
used a
rare to
camera
see
in the
a
back.
group of them moving together?
And he
That's
said,
not rare either. We know people down the street that see a group of them moving together.
they actually seen that walking on by their fence line, which is probably about 100 yards,
Yeah.
or something like that. A group of Bigfoots, tall to short, walking down the fence line. But it's also because
Broad daylight.
because these Bigfoots know they're not going to be interfered with, because these people are scared, and they said these things can take us whenever they want to. We're not going to agitate them, not make them mad, not nothing. While all their pets are being killed, missing, dogs getting hurt, structures and blinds all over the place.
How many stories are there of them looking in the windows at people and people turning to see them staring at them?
This is a picture that they sent us, and they're only maybe a mile and a half, and we went through the woods.
Yeah, that's their front porch.
They put a ring cam, this ring cam up after we went there and tracked, and they seen our night vision, our thermals and everything. They bought a ring cam, and the next day they sent this to us and said, this was on our front porch. And this is a Bigfoot in a hoodie.
This is a small one.
A small one, a young one, a young offspring. And it's actually, that post is if you come out the front door, this thing is standing basically right in front of the front door. That post, that cement brick post, is on the left side of the porch that's holding up the overhang. But that Bigfoot is looking, because we went and looked at that same spot. There was a tear in the curtain, and this thing was looking through the tear at the people as they were watching TV and walking through the house. This thing was sitting right outside his front door, their front door, looking through that little tear.
And this is one screenshot from the video.
And this is actually right there on the left and closest to that bottom corner. That's actually a puppy laying there pretending it's asleep. It's not moving whatsoever. Dave.
Very rare. Why is it so rare
Not
to
just
find
rare, but
a
very
young one?
rare.
I would say in 100 sightings.
He said it's very rare. No, it's not. Maybe for you, but people
Given
do
your
see
knowledge.
these things.
Yeah.
And they'll all say, I seen the eye shine. It looked right at me. I seen eye to eye. And she says, always
Sandy says, always tell you just enough. Yeah, the disinformation people. Controlled opposition.
Draper said 5 minutes ago, you just
right.
They said
right?
we were looked
And
at
he's
each
laughing.
other.
Sandy says, kind of like what and how you, sir, are looking at us. I cannot with him. War Chief says, oh heck, I peed my pants when our eyes met and then I passed out because you were so close.
Yeah.
He says he was only 12 to 13 feet tall. So imagine that, half again as high as your living room ceiling.
Yeah.
And 4 feet from War Chief. So clearly looked him in the eyes.
Come on, Pilates. Pilates.
Sandy says, that pic, y'all, freaks me out. Here at home when I first saw this has made me very aware.
Good, good.
And Elastic says, Lead Tracker E and Lead Horse Jerry's God's children constantly get the best footage of the predators. Some of the best I've ever seen. Thank you, Elastic.
Yeah, thank you.
We always appreciate your, your support and your encouragement.
As I've talked to, 1 out of 100 reports seeing a child.
They're not children.
They're not children.
They're offsprings. They're not
Very
humans.
rare. So if they are fallen angels and they're here on Earth, then they're not supposed to react and interact with us.
Really? Because they raped people. That was the whole thing. They're fallen and they... Oh my gosh.
He needs to read the Bible. See what they
not,
did as soon as they got here.
And these would be the offspring of the fallen angel, the descendants of those, not the fallen angels themselves. And the fallen angels clearly rebelled and don't listen.
And he also said, or he may say it in just a second, but that they can't get pictures of the little ones.
Right. It's
So
a very rare sighting of them.
Very rare sightings of the little ones.
Now-
Okay. Here's a little one. It's in the brush.
There will come a time. when
Here's
Go ahead.
Here's 2 smaller ones. One of them looks like a cat. One of them's got the fur. And looking around that log, both of them. Dave can't get pictures of little ones. Okay, well, here's another one. Looking
See
over
the
a
little
rock.
nose?
Little round nose. You can see the eyes. It's got fur on its head. There's actually a big clawed hand on the rock to the right, on the rock that's going up. And here's a little close-up of that cat-looking one. Dave, you can't get pictures of these things?
Very, very rare. Not just rare, very rare.
Very, very rare. Okay.
Here's one with alligator DNA.
And here's that one again in the another small one that was at the ball game.
And if you look over to the left of it, you can see if you pictured a dog's muzzle, the way that it's split. Over to the left is one straight on, 2 eyes, almost lined up with the main one's eyes.
This one looks like it's drooling.
And then the nose.
Oh, the one over to the right?
No, to
Oh, right there.
yeah.
Yeah, the dark shade. Yeah.
Yeah.
This one we call a little ugly. Got some of the sharpest teeth.
Green eyes.
Green eyes.
Looking directly.
Looking directly from a nest that we got up close to, or Lead Tracker E did. Here's another smaller one.
Looking directly.
Looking directly because we took the picture. Here's a one in the tree. Looking directly.
You can see the claws at the bottom.
Come on, Dave.
That one's got a big schnoz.
Who are you talking to, Dave? Here's one in a tree.
That's the video that we've shown before.
And that was a good size one. We're just going to show these also. This is not a big one, but it's bigger than a small one.
That was at this property.
This one was also at this property.
A screenshot from a video.
And this one was actually in Houston.
Mm-hmm. Very busy.
One of our other trackers sent this one in. Now this one actually looks like a kid.
Except that kid is that, yeah.
Got a flat kind of face, but it also looks like a little disfigured a little bit. Some the tracker who turned it in said looked a little bit like Down syndrome. But you'll have to maybe back up from the screen a little bit to see that clearer.
That was on top of a garage.
And even the one that was on the front porch is a small one. This is not a small one, but we wanted to show it to you because it uses the dog. It has a dog there in the bottom left, and you can see the Bigfoot's face in the top of that dark area. And another dog actually tracked this one, and when it stopped and bent down, we bent down also and took a picture and seen it, so it was time to go. So we backed out of that one. But yeah, how come you can't get these, Dave? Dave.
Very, very rare.
Dave. Is it very rare, Dave? Really, Dave? Really? 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 Dave. And here's also if they're looking at you too.
Looking directly at you.
You know, because those eye, you'll see that eye shine. And the only way you're going to get eye shine is if it's looking at you, Dave. And this guy.
Is that what this is about? Well, that's maybe one point.
Maybe.
But it's a very confusing topic. And I will say, if somebody claims that they're an expert on this, you turn around and run because.
What's that?
What's that?
What's
you
that,
say?
Dave?
What's that you say, Dave?
Topic. And I will say, if somebody claims that they're an expert on this, you turn around and run because I don't know any experts on this topic.
Yeah, you don't know anything.
You definitely don't know
You
us.
don't know who to ask. You ain't asking. You have more questions than answers.
You don't know us.
Have the people you've been asking given you any answers? Because you don't seem to have any.
You don't have any answers, and you're telling people, you know, when you find someone who says they're a Bigfoot expert, won't you ask them questions that nobody else knows?
Yeah.
And we had people do that. We said, well, ask us a question. We answered their question. Like, okay, well, what about this? I answered that one. Okay, well, okay, you know.
Or they just don't come back with a question at all.
And then they
or
get
they'll
quiet.
say something stupid like, what size broad is one?
Yeah, they'll start going off on different things instead of.
I like how he
staying on the
throws
topic.
up his little hand when he wants you to think he's sincere about something.
Yeah, let's hear that again.
That's maybe one point. But it's a very confusing topic. And I will say, if somebody claims that they're an expert on this, you turn around and run because I don't know any experts on this topic.
Yeah, you don't.
Apparently, with all the information you've been, all the time you've been talking, that's very apparent. You don't
He's
know
not
anything.
come up with anything.
Yeah.
Has he answered one single question for any of you with this?
None. None. Graybeard says, not fallen angel hybrid predators of mixed genetic experience. There's been a lot of mixing.
Yes, all that too. Yeah, throw
and
that in with
throw
the
that in
mix.
there too. Yeah.
And creating them super soldiers. Sandy's and their assets. Sandy says, why can't he ever just look at the camera for longer than a few seconds? I know it aggravates me and how he's always looking off kind of to the side and one eye and winking a lot irritates me, and I guess just everything about
Maybe
him
it's because his
irritates
eyes aren't correct. I mean, everyone's is maybe a little bit off.
But
this
his
one-
face is never straight on. It's always off a
It's
little.
kind of a little cross-eyed to me.
Most of them do.
every time.
There's something wonky with all. Anyway, War Chief says ancient descendants of the Nephilim.
Mm-hmm.
Sandy is a goop, big eyes. Is that what that
Looks
is?
like our hands are in front of the eyes.
Oh, okay. Elastic says like the Raphaim, or
It's
apparent,
got that bloodline.
or their pets. When Nephilim bones are disturbed, many scary paranormal things happen to the finders. These are the fallen's children. They surely guide the predators now.
Yeah.
He says they mind speak for them. Yes.
Yeah.
Judy says, good evening. Hey, Judy.
Hey, Judy.
She says, good evening, Tracker E and Jerry Williams. And she says, good evening, Trackers. Graybeard says, hey, Judy and Elastic. And Shadow Tracker 8, hey, Bob. says, yes, Dave.
Yes, Dave.
Judy says, hey, Graybeard. Sandy says, great pause.
It kind of is, ain't it?
War Chief says, Judy, how you doing, Judy? We've been wondering where you're at in here.
Yeah.
Tracker Lorna says hi to Judy and to 888. Bernice says, we made it home. No noise outside. Poodle Phoenix and Midnight the cat were waiting for us.
Oh,
good. War Chief says, Bob, how you doing? Sandy says, no answers. I come here for my answers when I feel I may be drifting or thinking otherwise. Good.
All right. Thank you, Sandy.
And Graybeard says, good to hear, Bernice. Judy says, hi, War Chief. I'm okay. Thank you. How are you? 888 says, every post I put up in his group with pictures, he never acknowledges anything I say, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Same on Melba's. I just don't even anymore. War Chief says, Judy. How you doing, Judy? Elastic says, there's a lot he doesn't know and a lot he insists that nobody knows. What a wild attitude he has. So condescending. Thank you. Well put. Judy says, hi, Tracker Lorna. Sandy says, his eyes. Yes, I don't mean to be rude. No, well, no, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Elastic is saying hi to Judy again. Judy saying howdy to Elastic. Graybeard says, hi, Bob. I missed you coming in. Sandy says, I still don't get or understand mind speak. Just think of it as the devil putting words or pictures in your mind.
Mm-hmm.
The demons. Judy is heart and love, and Sandy says, we love Bernice. Elastic says, because he's shifty. That's what I'm saying.
There you go.
His eyes are farting around the room to gauge everyone's reaction to what he's saying. Dude is shifty. I know it.
Hey, yeah, good point.
And I noticed, like, yeah. Well put. I agree.
He says, hello, Bernice.
I'm going to go to the rest.
What's it going to take for people to come around and believe?
Why don't you ask people who know? Why don't you get their book? Why don't you look at the videos? Why don't you go back through the hundreds of educational videos? Maybe check out some of these Watching Wednesdays. Lots of information that you just don't have, that you just don't want to look at.
In Bigfoot, I really think that's an independent journey. And everyone comes at it at their own speed. And I would not be one that would push anybody into a belief system.
You kind of are. You're trying to, but you're confusing everybody by giving a half truth. You're putting your belief system by saying this guy's credible, that guy's not credible. You're saying this could be that. Our DNA study shows this. You are doing that, but you're doing it in a way to where no one can really get a correct answer from you or understand exactly what you're saying. They just know that you're supposed to be credible, but you're doing it in a way to where no one who actually knows what's going on could find you credible because you don't have any answers. You've not given any answers. You've only given examples and information from other people's work. Nothing is coming from you, Dave.
Number one issue, read books, don't watch YouTube. And not
Number one, this is read books, don't watch YouTube. Oh my goodness. Give us a second here. Let me catch up on the comments here. And we'll get back to his information or his way around getting to it. Sandy says, shifty condescending. Ah, okay, sir. Graber says, believe what, Dave? You haven't put anything forward.
War Chief says, well, he did work for the De Beers.
Yeah, and they are to cover things up.
Shadow Tracker 888 says, keeping people ignorant keeps book sales growing in Bigfoot cruises. You know, that's a great point, too.
Yep.
Sandy says, he is very confusing on purpose.
Yep.
Elastic says, exactly, Shadow Tracker, with money bags. And 888 says, keeping people ignorant of the truth. Keeps the book sales growing in Bigfoot cruises, cruising.
Cruising.
And also with that, Jeff Meldrum, who passed away after doing a cruise with this guy.
Yeah, the first cruise he was with him, he got flown out from being sick. The second cruise, he passed afterwards with this guy.
War Chief says he's so politically incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
Judy says, exactly, Jerry. No straight answer from Dave.
Yep.
888 says he is always asking people to share his videos on YouTube and subscribe to his channel. I know, right?
I know. He doesn't have any information. Doesn't have anything.
Don't go to anybody's YouTube channel except mine.
Yeah.
And yours, because you're giving me a platform.
Yeah, that you let me do.
And because you have all kinds of goofballs on your channel that,
yeah.
that
Don't
are
know
Bigfoot
anything.
gifters. Sandy says, I don't understand him at all. Like, what was this about? Trying to stay relevant in the genre? Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Judy says, going to every extreme to hide the truth. And Trucker Lorna says, nothing but hot air. Yeah, just a whole bunch of nothing.
It is. Nothing that he can present to anybody.
There was nothing helpful here.
Number one issue, read books, don't watch YouTube. And that's not to push them away from this channel or my channel.
Oh, no.
No, of course
just
not.
Stay away from the Bigfoot experts.
Yeah, the people who know. We can't sell our not knowing anything if y'all go to a channel where they know.
Yeah, right? Right, good point.
That makes us look like we don't. Well,
that's what,
we
yeah,
don't know.
one of them conferences, and I don't know if Scott's still in the room, but walked into one of the conferences around here, and we had all gotten there, and as he walked into the part where they actually, the speakers were, they were saying, and there's no such thing as a Bigfoot expert, you know, but here, buy our books.
Yeah, we don't have any information in it, but buy our books. Somebody told us a story.
There are so many channels out there that fabricate stories that I've had researchers leave those channels and tell me, hey, all the stories you're watching there, Dave, they're all hoaxes, just to get people to click through and watch.
Okay, now that does happen, but that's not by any means all of it, or I would even say most of it.
Yeah.
And who better to talk to than the people that have actually had the experiences themselves? And did you, sir, not only you yourself just told the story about the guy in the field, the hunter in the field?
Yeah.
There's been several times here you've told stories that you heard.
You heard.
I heard
So
this.
like
I heard
this
that.
one,
it
or I was
reminds me
told
of what
this
I
one.
heard here. It reminds me of
There
what I
wa-
heard there.
There was a story.
What the heck is the difference? Also, YouTube videos are videos. What's a movie? It's a video. It's a longer video.
It's a longer video. That's all it is.
Judy says, don't forget to look up. That's
Even when we
right.
stopped it here, he's still looking down.
Sandy says, he just said that out loud. War Chief says, I, for one, am going to stay away from him. I want to live a while longer. I'm telling
Exactly. Everybody around him, he's like,
What the heck?
Or he'll say,
Dave?
it was good research. It
you.
was.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Rest his soul. War Chief says, that's right, Judy, just not when the birds are flying over.
War Chief has a story about that one.
It frustrates me because a lot of people who watch my channel will say, well, Dave, what do you think of this, this, and this? And I go, I don't even watch them.
Oh, but
So I
you're
think that-
open-minded. What do you mean?
Open-minded.
You're open-minded.
Be open-minded, but don't know.
Oh, as long as you can stick to the script.
Yeah. And he's
And
telling
what drops in your lap.
He's also telling people, because they're saying, what do you think about this one, where he reads it or can see it?
Yeah.
He'll say, I don't even look at them. So he's telling them, don't look at whoever they're talking about.
Well, Sir Scott Carpenter used to follow the lead Tracker E channel before he passed.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah, Scott used to follow the channel.
Blurs the line for us trying to tell the truth.
What truth? What truth did you tell him? Why are you trying to tell it instead of just telling it? And also, but what did you even say?
You haven't said anything. You
Nothing.
haven't gave anything. Not one bit of any kind of credible information.
This is funny.
And he's saying, we're trying to tell the truth.
Ding, ding,
just
ding,
tell
ding.
the truth. I'm trying. We're trying. We're trying.
More cowbell.
We're trying. But we really, truth is a weird language. We just can't tell it. We can't say it.
Hey, D Worm is here. Hadn't seen you in a while. Judy says, right, War Chief, and D Worm says, misinformation, disinformation, confusion equals a profitable psyop. Great info tonight, Jerry and Ella. Thank you. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, good to hear from you.
Judy says, hi, D Worm. War Chief is laughing. Tracker Lorna says, hi, D Worm. Graybeard's clapping. D Worm saying, hi, Judy, and hi, Lorna. And says, I'm always watching LOL. Oh, you just quiet. Sandy says, again, confused. He ruined my popcorn. Where's my bell? That'd be so funny if everybody got their own bell at their house. Elastic says, a flash of beauty collects these notable names for their ever-growing video catalog of fluff. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Every person only has questions and glaringly contradict their talking points. It's just Dave's turn now. Beautifully put.
Yeah, and every one of them does do that. You're
War
right.
Chief says, halito to D-Worm.
D-Worm.
And D-Worm saying, hi, Tracker C. Sandy says, I'm getting a bell. We're going to go look at the feed store and see if we can.
Everybody, yeah, we're going to get a cowbell soon because it's a lot of bull going around.
Judy says, elastic, right? And Graybeard says, waving. Oh, waving, not clapping. Oh, okay. And then Elastic says, ding, ding.
Let's see. So he wants everybody to
stay away from us.
Don't look at YouTube channels except for his channel and the Flash of Beauty.
Flash of Beauty, that's
because they gave him the platform.
Sure.
But
And
he's
the
saying
spin on everything.
he's staying away from anyone who says they're an expert because they're going to have information.
Because they know more than me.
And that will make him look
stupid
like he is,
or a liar.
And a liar.
One or the other.
Both.
Yes,
And someone who wants to mislead the people about the truth.
Control the information.
Yeah.
So read books. And then before maybe you read the book, go on to Amazon and read the reviews because
Please do. Go read our reviews.
Yep. Go to Amazon. Read this book.
We have great reviews.
Great reviews. Also in Spanish version for everybody who are Spanish-speaking friends. Also, Bigfoot Gifters. All these, you can read the reviews all you want. Los Ofrendas de Pa Grande.
I think we've only had 2 reviews that were less than a 5. One of those was a 3.5 by a doctor who said, what did he say?
He said, I've been researching, I think it's 25 years. And he said,
I give him a 3.5, but I did have a few aha moments, which means that he learned information that he had never heard before.
And that's worth the price right there because you learn something that you never knew before. But he gave us a 3.5.
And then I think he also said, but kind of think of it maybe should be more than that, but I give it a 3.5.
Yeah. He said it should be more, but I'm gonna give it.
And then the only bad review we had was from someone that she was signed up to take our course and was asking us questions that we were like, just wait, that's like class day number 1. But she wanted special attention right then, got her nose out of joint, and then she bought our book to burn it. Is that the same lady?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bought our book so that she could burn it on a video. Talk about what terrible people we are and that we worship the sun, S-U-N, because she didn't even know what we were going to address on
She didn't know what we was talking about.
Of the
Jumped to
class.
conclusions.
Yeah.
And
And
she
so
actually,
good riddance to her.
yeah.
But that one poor review really took us a long time to recover from that. All the rest are 5s. Go
Yeah.
read the reviews. They're
Go
wonderful.
read the reviews.
Where they're, they're talking about,
Oh,
this
we
saved
got
my
a bad.
life. This is
We
something.
got a bad review on this one. One, because she said the book was too small,
Too short.
too short. That's all they could say about it.
But that was also,
And the information was information she had never heard of. She just said that the book was too short.
Too short. She just didn't like the price.
So that's, and not one bad review on this
And
one.
we also suspect that was a lady that we had gone and done
Oh, we know exactly.
a
who it
lot
was.
of work
Yeah, that was her.
for, and that has gone out there half-cocked, still using our information, but not correctly,
Yeah.
putting her own spin on things. Sandy says, exactly, seems as if he's trying to stay relevant. And Graybeard says, he must be the official researcher guy. I know. Or, the one who knows nothing and says nothing. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
He was approached to do this movie. He didn't think to do it himself. He was approached to do it and is funded to do it. Sandy says, and it was
And
white.
the information has controlled what he put out.
Yeah. Here's your script. Stick to this as close
Yeah.
as you can. Here's the people you can talk to. Sandy says, and it was white cheddar popcorn, by the way.
Oh.
Stock back up and come back next Wednesday. Elastic says, a stupid liar, if you will. Ha ha.
Yeah.
War Chief says, I need my beauty rest, something that I never seem to get enough of. I love all of y'all. We love you too, War Chief.
All
Thanks
right.
again. We're just going to go ahead and finish this one out.
Yeah, it's only
since we're
about
so
5 more
close.
minutes. And he's just
And
about
people,
to.
but
wind it
we
up.
can stretch that into 30.
Yeah.
So you can catch up on the rest later. We love you. Good night, War Chief. Sandy says, LOL at Graybeard. War Chief says, God bless and good rest. That's right.
There you go.
Graybeard says, good night, War Chief. And Judy says, anything that Ella and Jerry has said about these Sasquatch has been truth. I've watched it happen the last 4 years. Thank you, Ella and Jerry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Judy.
War Chief says, it was great to see all of you. You too. And Sandy says, too short. Sometimes good info doesn't take much to get across. Exactly. And it's actually a section of the book, the much bigger book that we're working on. But it was such an important topic because of people like he recommended, Barb Shoup, encouraging people to gift. And it's such a dangerous thing that these people are doing.
That's why we had to get it out quick.
That we decided, it's not worth it. Let's just get this out here right now. And it'll be included within the larger book. Bernice says, what she want, an encyclopedia book was awesome. Thank you, Bernice.
Thank you.
And she says, good night, War Chief. Elastic says, good night, War Chief. Have a peaceful sleep. Okay.
Checker Lawrence says, good night, War Chief.
It's a vetting process that everyone goes through. Look at the reviews of the movies. Read the comments. Oh, it's a stupid movie because they think that Bigfoot has supernatural capabilities. I wouldn't necessarily put a lot of credence on that, as much as I would say, yeah, but the researchers, they seem like really credible people who spent a great deal of their life pursuing the truth.
Oh, yeah? Like the ones you're...
The ones he's saying.
He contradicts himself so bad.
He does.
They all do. Every one of them on this.
They do.
On Flash of Beauty.
Contradict each other. Their own selves. Sandy says, good night, all of y'all. But yeah, contradiction
you're headed
again.
Out, Sandy. Good night.
Contradiction
says,
again.
LOL. Yeah.
And he's saying
closing.
They sound credible.
They sound like they might be credible.
And Judy's saying good night, War Chief. And we're almost done. This is just about wrapped up.
Yeah, we're wrapping.
Which is what we tried to do.
My name is Angela, and I live on the outskirts of Pittsburgh, and woke up in the morning sometime in January 2018 and saw some strange looking tracks in my yard.
Describe them to us.
Something I had not ever really seen before, 6 feet apart. They started right about where the bush ends right here, and then continue down towards the swing set and just ended there.
Period. We talk about this in Monster Spotters. We talk about trampolines. Tracker B has a story about a trampoline. We talk about the children's play areas and how these predators are obsessed with the children and always watching the children, and to keep your play areas protected and in the light and close to the house, away from the wood line. They'll even drag toys into the wood line to lure the children.
And this thing's heading right to the children's trampoline and the swing set.
Yeah, and he's about to say, or she's about to say something about the eyes, so we don't have to interrupt again in a second. It's looking in there at her. Oh, a very rare thing.
Very rare, but everybody's saying it.
Continue down towards the swing set and just ended there.
Have you seen anything unusual?
One time I was sleeping, I woke up and I swear through the window I saw these two yellow eyes staring at me.
Oh, what?
Another rare and
within the same thing?
Wow. It's so rare. And in our book,
Rare and Elusive,
we talk about the children's toys, the lure, also calling children by their name, also looking in your windows, your kitchen windows, your bathroom windows, being under your house, on top of your house.
We've got the recent live stream that we did of the man that was 14 when one followed him and his cousin home and tried to snatch him out of the bathtub, reached in the window and snatched at him, and he barely escaped.
Everybody's saying good night to Sandy and Judy.
Bernice says it's dangerous to feed these Bigfoots. My grandma did that, and I believe she put my other family in danger. Camping out, cook out, one comes out. Absolutely.
Ooh. Everybody saying good night. Lorna saying good night to Sandy.
Graybeard says he loves the word credible, doesn't he? And makes a big deal out of being a former detective. Uh-huh.
Yeah, he sure does.
That doesn't make you necessarily credible to us.
That makes you nervous.
Sandy says, night, Lorna. And D-Worm says, was that Dave with a tape measure? Doing work, LOL.
Yeah.
Yeah, get a shot of me over here.
Give me a shot of me.
Why is it important for people to muster up their strength and tell their story? If somebody came to me and said, Dave, this happened to me, but I don't want you to tell anyone. That's happened 1,000 times.
1,000? Is that a
He
fact?
said, now, if somebody wants to come up and talk to you and say this, he goes, well, this happened 1,000 times.
As that one eye winks again, and oh no, to me his mannerisms are just off.
It is.
Factually, I think that you do have to have some inner strength when you come out and you talk about this, because the Bigfoot community is pretty brutal.
True.
Yeah, and you also need to know who has the information.
And you mean brutal in like if somebody tries to tell you something but they call themselves an expert, you just run away.
Just run away and disregard them and don't look at
And
the
then
channel.
go tell other people to stay away from them too. We've been told we should be ostracized from the community.
Yes, we have been. You're too correct. You have too much information. You need to get out of here. You're spoiling our.
Sandy says, if I hear him say credible one more time, and D-Worm says he looks like a hostage sitting there.
Someone who has been a MUFON investigator for a long time, very similar to them. Brutal community. There's a lot of very rough people on both sides. And I've been very fortunate in my books. The witnesses I talk about, their photos there, their name is there, their occupation is there. They sign an affidavit before the story goes in the book.
What's that got to do with telling the story?
Really, I know.
That don't make
right?
any sense.
He's just trying to make everybody else seem incredible.
Incredible.
Incredible, not credible.
They get walked into that story. So when I hear people say, oh yeah, you know, this anonymous person told me this, this, and this. Yeah.
Like those stories you just said.
Yeah,
there
like
was a
those
story
things you
about
said
this
earlier.
guy with the fog and all that.
Just between you and me.
Just, yeah.
See me putting that in any book. Because if someone, and this is no judgment on the people, but if they're not going to stand behind.
I mean, it's no judgment. And when somebody says something like that, that's judgment.
You know what I think it is?
I don't mean to offend you.
His face is constantly moving, like as in a deceiver trying to have a face that has a lot of expressions to make you believe it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's his face too busy. Your face is too busy, Dave.
Too busy, Dave.
The story and allow me to see the public understand who they are, what they are, their background, then I'm not going to tell the story.
You mean, basically you're saying if they don't give you the right, you know, sign the affidavit, sign this, sign that, that you're not going to tell their story, even though they're telling you the truth. You want them to be locked in as a agent or a cop saying, if this is a lie,
They got to be credible.
you.
They got to have a certain
I can
occupation.
bring up charges if this is wrong.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you know
was
what?
a bear.
A lot of these people, they might be somebody that's, they might be a felon.
Yeah.
They might be, it doesn't make what happened any less true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sandy says he only looked at the camera longer when he mentioned his book. Oh dear, he is a deceiver. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Sandy says exactly. Jerry D. Worm says yes. His body language makes me all kinds of uncomfortable.
Oh yeah.
I've just never seen somebody so continually shake their head no the whole time they're talking.
Yep.
JR says I love to tell the story.
But that's just me. I mean, there's others that will.
But that's
During
just
the
me. There's
course
others that
of
will. Yeah, that's kind of
filming at probably 20 different locations, we had a very experienced videographer and sound technician with us. And there were multiple times that they were absolutely stunned that 3 cameras would go down simultaneously and 3 different lav mics would fail at the same time.
This reminds me of
They could not believe it. They said, we heard about this, but we can't believe we experienced this. And
so why were they stunned? if
it
they
goes
heard about
towards that we were in an area where Bigfoot was supposed to be, and we're filming other people and things, and all of a sudden everything goes down. And there's a part in there where, in the movie, we're interviewing a paramedic, and Bigfoot crosses in front of him, and everything in their rig shuts down. And that's a very compelling story in my world, because these people are so credible.
that one was for you, Sandy.
That was for you, Sandy. Elastic says.
It's like he's trying too hard to prove that they're all credible.
Credible.
Elastic says he wants leverage, like when the park rangers have you write out that it was just a bear on paper. Exactly.
Sure does.
Raybeard says credible. Sandy said his need to always look down and to the left, body language. Yeah, yeah.
She said, called it.
Because usually when people are trying to remember something or going back there in their head again, they're looking up,
Yeah.
not down to the side.
That's like not wanting to look.
That's like, what was the story? What was I supposed to say?
That there's something about that Bigfoot that can affect electronics in a big way.
No kidding.
So when I was laying out the movie, one of the things I wanted to do was take on some footage that was out there that, in my mind, I sort of knew had to be fiction. But a lot of people out there believed this certain scene filmed in northern Canada of these caribou running across and this person in the background that
Hear his
everyone thought was a
tone.
Bigfoot.
Yeah.
And the only way we could prove this was to get the actual IMAX footage and not the low grade that you're watching on YouTube. Thousands of people made comments. Oh yeah, that's a Bigfoot. That's great. And the director even came on and said, oh yeah, we didn't know that was even there, but it's obvious it's a Bigfoot. He's saying all this. So unfortunately he passed away.
It's a
But the production team, we made a request for, I think, 30 seconds worth of footage, a specific time frame. They knew exactly why we were asking. And they hesitated and balked. And finally, they made some ridiculous claims about what they wanted for that length of footage. And we finally got them down to a point where it was somewhat realistic, but still real expensive. And then when we got it, we were blown away because the answer was there. Once you look, I don't want to say exactly what we saw, but once you look at it on a standard size TV, it's going to be obvious to you what it is.
Why don't you want to give it away? I thought you were all about the truth. And also, when they sell their stuff, they sell the rights to that stuff. So if someone wanted to, they can, the person buying it, they can alter it. They can make it disappear forever. People do need to be cautious about selling their information, especially to big names, really to anyone, but especially to big names and big companies. Yeah.
But it wasn't a Bigfoot. What do I want the audience to take away from American Sasquatch, and what have I taken away? When we sat down and started the editing of the movie, we realized we had about 3 or 4 times more footage than we could put in a film. We actually talked about making 2 films. It's probably not going to happen. But what I did do is, as I was making the film, I was sitting down writing a book that would get everything that we couldn't put in the film in my book. The day the film gets released, my book gets released. It's the exact same title of the book as the movie. I think a lot of people out in the world will watch YouTube and watch a movie, but they won't read a book for some reason. So rather than writing a book about the entire topic, I think we could reach a larger audience through film. So
You mean like YouTube?
Like a YouTube? Making a longer YouTube video?
That's all it is. And he's pushing both the YouTube and the book.
He says,
Graybeard says, had it typed out and finger on the send button, LOL. Bernice says, his itty bitty little eyes are creepy. Why are his ears moving around?
how's they doing that?
Sandy says, Bernice, LOL. Elastic says, another death, yes.
Yes.
And Graybeard says, buy his book and movie if you want to know, LOL.
If you want to know what?
D-Worm says, LOL, may as well walk in a circle, though. For real.
Yeah.
Bernice says,
Are you gonna learn is that you're a sucker?
Sandy says, Bernice says, LOL, Graybeard. Sandy says, yes, David, what have you taken? Ugh.
Yeah.
Bernice says, Sandy Hathaway, LOL. And Sandy says a man pushing a book and a movie and film, video.
and his channel.
the movie will be released December 1st on Amazon and Apple TV.
Sorry, won't watch it.
If you want a DVD or Blu-ray, you can come to our website. If you want my book,
no, thank
come
you.
to the website. All my Missing 411 books are at missing411.com.
No, thank you.
No,
thank you.
Please don't buy any of my books off Amazon.
Let's stop it.
Yeah. Or anywhere else.
That's the first thing you said
That we agree with.
that we agree with.
Other than Scott Carpenter was a good solo.
Yeah. Yeah, you said get those release dates in. Yeah. We're going to go ahead and end this here.
Thank you for hanging in there with us.
Yeah,
It's been
we want
4 hours. Over
make
4
sure we
hours.
got through with this. Let me turn this around real fast.
Let's turn him off.
Turn him off.
Jerry said, I really don't want to look at him the whole time. And I said, I have an idea.
I have an idea. And when she put up and taped that transparent, not an expert, I said, okay.
I can live with that.
I can
He
live
said,
with
I
that.
can look at that.
I can look at that. We can put that up there. Our screen's a little sideways here. There we go. Try to make it go a little more.
Good night. Good night. God bless, Bernice. And we'll talk soon. Didn't get that phone call, so if you want to call tomorrow, please do.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll talk. D-Worm says, because you can leave reviews, LOL. Sandy
Yeah.
says, great pause. Graybeard says, good night all. Good to see you all. You too, Graybeard.
Yeah.
Bernice says, good night, trackers. Love y'all. We love you too.
Mm-hmm.
Sandy says, night, Bernice. Bernice says,
Okay.
okay. And Sandy says, night, Graybeard.
All right.
Tracker Lorna says, God bless everyone. And we'll go ahead and say our closing prayer. And thank you for being here. Father, we thank you just for giving us this means to be able to reach people, Lord. We pray that you send more people, but that's your decision and your call, and we know when the time is right, you'll send whoever needs to be here. We thank you for it, Lord. Thank you for this opportunity just to be able to get the word out about these abominations. We love you, Lord. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. And even just this one stream, we answered more questions than he's ever had. All right. So everyone have a great night.
I'm getting sleepy myself.
And we'll see everyone again very soon.
Night.
Night, everybody.
Thank you for being here.
God bless and good rest.
Don't forget to like and share and sub and all the stuff. So we're on our way in a snowstorm to go try to find someone that's lost in the woods. Y'all say a prayer.
Footsteps walking when I do, I hear the sound, but see nothing as I look around. I see many eyes shining, following everywhere I go. Every time I look in the dark, they're looking at me. A foul smell in the air as people walk around without a care. Shadows in the corner of my eye, but when I turn to look, there is nothing there. A blur passes by. Only that, who calls my name from the forest, the same as my father do. My hair stands up on the back of my neck, I feel sick and dizzy now. Disoriented, spinning around. A large wolf on 2 feet follows me, lurking and smirking from tree to tree, whistling for me to look. As a clawed hand waves, my body tries to tremble, but I'm staying brave. Something sways back and forth, I look away. I remember my mother always told me that when I hear and see this in the woods or around town, I am to sound the alarm, but let others know predator Bigfoots are hunting, and I should go and let her know. My father knows what to do as he calls to other men too. Mothers find their children and let them know to stay close. Stay in the house and pull the shades down. Hold your breath and don't make a sound. On from the teaser before the predator Bigfoots are back and hungry for more. Man and woman form lines to clear the land. The brushes beat as townspeople walk from the street to the wood line, moving slow into the woods now, making no sound as a gifting tree is found. Food and children's items with sales and flowers too. Why would someone do this to our town? Putting us all in danger. The shoes of a stranger are seen. Someone has been feeding predator Bigfoots near our family's home. Trees bowed and pulled down, sharpened spikes placed in the ground as the forest goes quiet. Not a bird, cricket or frog. The trees are still, the forest has a chill. Weapons now ready as all know the sign that predator Bigfoots are around. Now it's a trap as he slaps on a tree. A whoop over there and a breath next to me. Now whoops everywhere behind every tree. A raven's call, but that's not all. Coyote sounds, how is broken branches are heard. A baby's cry, I hear a hoot, and an owl flies by a call for help. Then the sound of a scream, like a dream will come to the reality of now. Predator Bigfoots all around. They didn't make a sound till now. We all know, put the sight at his head to slow their charge. People run from fear as others stand clear, calm in their aim as the ground is now stained. The forest now quiet as only few walk away. Now we look for the one hunted the predator down.
I didn't see that one. Judy says, fantastic song.